Deirdre, Suma, asking to bring a card with him, any council's card, just bring one with. As F6 eindelijk, hè?
F6 voor to
Ja.
the screen.
Jy moes nou 'n vote gaan opstel, gaan jy moes nou voting doen. En dan doen jy wat jy uit
Mario.
oh, okay.
Oh, one. Oh, one was supposed to be 01 or C01 and then name.
Okay,
What is it? What is that? That's weird. Tennis. Die meeting is wel opgezet, nee? Niks uit. Hey, allemaal was een die bavis. Oké, dan is daar.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Mag wel vote, Mario? Is dat goed zo?
Okay. Gaan maar weer uit de loterij.
Oké, right toch. Precies, dit was die screen voor die layout en dan
Ons gaan maar heel klaar uit de meeting. Stop.
Hele?
Ja. Although it's al klaar gezet is voor die. Laat dit sorry, we gaan dus we gaan ons en dan
right.
maak hom toe. Okay, we gaan naar restart, de groen knop. Okay. Hij gewoonlijk is best om die te laten lopen, because dan zit alles achter elkaar die software. Okay. Maar je kan het dingen zoals nog klaar direct te gaan doen. So nou zit password is operator.
Okay, okay.
Ja. Okay. And the meeting. Meeting Abu. And the school council meeting. Nou die stelsel moet nou, dus als je daar van aan, maar dan van de agenda. Agenda is al die datum van vandaag, which ik nou al klaar op zal zetten voor die meeting begint. Dan staat je daar. Right? Dan kan je maar minimize. Nou, right,
dus wat ons, ook het attendance is Mario, die speaker gaat wel op vragen.
Ja, die kan die attendance
maar. Nou kan je zien, die speaker gaat zeggen, register nou met de kaart. Als je daar ziet, dus wel register gaan hij oppakken op die present. En dan zal hij wordt ook de 251.
Nou hier, right, hij is nou daar. Nou staat, als je attendance daar zo.
Ik zie one. Ja, nu staat die.
Ze moeten het staat daar.
Nou, die kan nog steeds ook klaar staat die, maar die moet je staat hier. Anders mogen we weer. Kan je register niet. Hij moet staat daar is, hij is ook klaar staat geweest. En die kan zo even registeren en dan stopt die registration. Ja, speaker zou je ook vragen. Wat zit Kelly en dan kan je daar presenteren.
Meneer, registration stoppen.
Dat is ander wat gaan
daar dat loop eieren.
Ja.
Because dan is je nog klaar in die meeting.
Ja. Hij wil kans op een inkomen wat nog gaat registeren, anders kan hij nog niet registeren. Dus dat is zo die van die total wat zij vragen, dat is wel meer als
zodra
120 plus. Dat is een quorum.
Zodra hulle mos nou hulle must know hoeveel is, right? Dan kan ze uitdijken met die meisje.
Ik zeg gewoonlijk 120 of 130 of omgezet altijd voor die split. 140 en still running. En dan deze voor 7 quorum. Dan gaat die andere meeting. Daar wordt nog geregistreerd, maar register. Oké, dat is weer tally daar. So dan, de andere wat zo is voting. Nou voting, so je kan number, net niet gewoon een test ook. Maar ik hoe wat test ook. Maar nou, eerste voters wil zeggen wat de item ook al, als ik bij eerste vote. Dan zeg ik nou, item CO1. Subject cell number CO1 that correspond outfit. No answer set, no. The Kisidina, yes, no, abstain. The council, no, start with it. No.
Zij kan naar die dingen toe gaan.
Nou gaan ze, tegen een beetje af, gaan ze hier naar die voting results toe. So ja, maar hij is niet voor. Dus die council wordt zich gezet gaan uit baas van haar.
Yes. Soos daai nou kyk.
En sal hier.
Ja. Hy mos nou sê hy is present in die meeting, nou gaan hy sê hy is nou op abstain.
Dat is ook, yes.
So hy kan sien, terwyl het nog anders kan hy nou sy mind change.
Once, je kan nu zien hoeveel dagen wordt al, moet nog wel. Dus hij zal vragen van tijd tot tijd hoeveel we nog goed. Hij zal zeggen 2, dan zal hij close of Afrikaans. Dan zit er announce. En dan de speaker zegt close. En dan close je niet. Kan je maar hier uitgaan.
Ja.
Maak je hem toe, dan stop je die wel. En dan
kan je
oor, klik.
Klik net oor. Dan klik je hier op. Als het F3, klik op F3.
Ach, maar die kan ook. Als het result, nee, result.
Oké. Maar als je nou om afhaal, is F6.
Ja, nou. Klik je, dan is het zeker nog klaar eigenlijk. Ik wil het gelezen heb, de result, en dan is F6. F6, dus heb je in de snelheid kun je weg.
Ja.
Dan kom je camera weer op. Net deze kan hij afhalen.
Als swap was het nog.
En
dan, zodra jullie die boot gestopt het, dan print hij erachter.
So zijn nog versuch gezet. Jy print automatically af.
Yes. Zodra jy mos nou jou boot gestop het, dan sal hy print. Soos hy altyd.
Maar waar is die ander opsie vir print, Nathan?
Zeker, as jy by die result. Oh, daar by die result.
Waar is print? Is het manually print die result?
Nee, die result print gewoonlik, maar as die dinge so die attendance wat jy kan print.
Die attendance, ja.
Ja.
Oh ja.
Sien jy? Ja, onder.
Okay, print die.
As jy nou wil die attendance print.
Attendance is kyk print, die result print, dat op self in die printer.
So once almal nou in is en die speaker sê okay, right, dit is 'n quorum, dan kan jy print. Net laat ons 'n rekord hê van die attendance wat klaar uitgeprint is. En jy weet hulle staan ons nou op en hulle karre uit. Gaan hulle toilet toe wat iemand maak. Daai moment wanneer die speaker sê okay, right. As ons 'n quorum, dan print dit ons nou net agterna. Okay. By julle rekord vir. Dis sê hy en wat daar? Dit was ja.
So jy wil die F3 toe gaan net out, jy moet hulle grey out nie. En dan is het F3.
F3 om het op te brengen.
F6 om het af te halen.
F6 om het af te halen. Bij zijn moet die.
Wel een kies wat je moet doen.
Ja.
Oké.
Ze kan niet aan dat is aan het dingen zo, maar dat is nou voor. Als je nou daar, dan zit individually.
Ja, maar dat was het duidelijk.
Ja. Hij is die per party.
Als je het nul zien.
Yes. Zoals net daar en daar.
Dus dan worden we ongelukkig gaan, dan kom ik hier een screen op. Je weet dat, is het per political party, per council, per party. Dat is
over een naam.
Ja, they don't want to see that. Ja. Dat is very jasmin nou zo'n abstain. En hij groot net als al wat screen. Dat is op F3.
So, wanneer ons dan los is het zo.
Ja.
Dat is net dat ze dingen, maar ze moet oordelen. Ze kan niet daar en selectie. Dus dat gaan dan, oké, nee. Maak maar zeker, gaan maar hier eigenlijk. Dan weet je definitief, we gaan oorzoek naar die result toe. En soms als je nou daar bezig is, en je wil hier nou display, gaan we die display. Oké.
Zo is het weer basic. Maar die dingen zie je, dat is zo gewonnen wordt. Dan is dat soms een amendment. Van waar is een amendment, moet je nog opzetten. Maar ik zeg gewoonlijk bij amendments heb ik item number en een A achteraan, which means, ja of niet, als het een A achteraan voor amendment. Nee? En dan vote we by amendment. En dan as jy vote op die recommendation as amended, dan tik agter die item number RA. Recommended as a recommendation as amended. Okay. So dan nie wil kyk na die result, dan kan jy sien of hy dis die amendment. Dis die result van die amendment wat nog word. Ja, die recommendation as amended. So dat die out het te distinguish. Ja. So dis wat dit is. Ek sit hom hier agter in die name RA of output A en dan RA is dit. Ja. Maar baie belangrik is, so dat die ding altyd op baie tipe voting is. Want dit wat die voting is voorsiening vir is. Okay. As ander daai yes en no, maar dis nou die statement things. Die lot vote so daai is not. The council nie gevote het. Nou we wil hê sy moet indicate no en so aan. Maar hy is die belangrike ding. Dis nou die statement. Want dat hy nie as hy asof aan die councils nie kan vote wat abstain. Okay. So die abstain is 'n vote om te abstain. Bly wat vir die code. Okay. So die speaker moet eers dan klik is daar. Nou, as die speaker ons ook hierdie vote ons gaan oor na vote. Nou kan jy begin opset. Jou ID number, jou vote number. Die screen kan jy dan opset. Want wat gebeur as jy sê vote, as jy sê ring die bel. Dan ring sy die bel. Okay. Vir 'n paar keer. My council in hulle sit op die seat en dan sal sy sê close the door. En nou sê sy, nou gaan sy vir haar as jy gereed. Ja. Secretary en dan is die screen wat op gesit. Ja. As jy vote number gesit, jou item number is daar, jou type of voting is daar in. En jy kan net op start druk as jy hier speaker, as jy sê you can vote now, start hier. Maar dan is ook vandag as sy sê, die council wat al die storie ken. Hulle is so vandag as sy sê, vote, of hulle vote vir das saam. Ons kan nie vote want die sit met hulle. As jy nie iets maak hier, dan kan hulle nie vote. En dan panic hulle. Maar dit maak 'n punt en ek hoop sy vir prosedures en hoop regtig wel redelik. As sy sê you can vote now, dan start jy daar. En dan sê jy sien daar by hy graaf, daar alle van daar doen. En jy kan wel sê as jy vra, almal gehoor dat jy miskien 3 of 4 as wat sy sê. En dan sê op 0 is, dan was jy 0 kan toe maak. Ek vra dit kan ek close dit. Maar die close en wat jy moet doen af. Klik eerst op die break, dan druk je F3. Dan spin ik daar, dan spin ik naar boven. So daar is die default screen. Ja. So klik stop en dan klik je op de Nee, je maakt je voting, als je nou je voting zou daar heen, en je select vol is op 100 meter gevote, 0 vote. En je zegt waar, allemaal gevote. En ze zeggen close dat, closing die voting in de gang. Want die systeem was je moet werken. Okay. Dan stop je die vote. Bij belang stop je ook. Van afspuren. Maar als we ons nou hier in het staan, dan moet je hier ook uit. Dan moet je applicaten. Maar het is wel, dat kan observe. Kijk hoe het gaat. Next time. Hij is next time moet je 3 weken nemen. Ik doe iets time. Niet zo basis. Ik zoek een notitie. Nee, ik kan nog wel om misschien op je. Ik wil een notitie voor zoeken die system. Ik wil jij denk ik. Ik probeer eens op. Ik zoek een menu kast. En dit was een hardcopy dat je nog wel. Ja. Zo is het variant. Ik kijk klaar. Maar net met een Dirk dat ik vrees op heel veel muziek doen. Ik vrees zo die groep dus ja. Is vriend zo. Waar heb je nodig? Relax. Relax met is op dit. Relax. Alright, so what's the matter? Swap now on it. Alright, dank je wel. Ik maar even. Kijk. Oké. Je moet die gaan hier zetten. Oké. Maar ik zou wil hetzelfde als een boek. Als je is die woord, kan je afkomen. En dan komt. Is die woord. Als dat gaat. Als dat gaat. Kun je afkomen. Ik weet niet wat je doet. Snap je?
Councillors, it's 10 o'clock. Can you please take your seats? We're going to commence with the meeting. Councillors, order please.
In a of the ANC, the EFF is the leader of opposition. It must be clear now.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, councillors, thank
Raadslede, baie dankie. Ek wil ons vergadering begin. Ek is baie bly om almal terug te verwelkom vanoggend hier by ons. Sedert Januarie 2020 is dit die eerste keer wat ons weer bymekaar is, almal van ons. Ek wil dan ook raadslede oud en nuut verwelkom. Ons het baie nuwe raadslede wat nie die geleentheid gehad het om in 'n volle raadsvergadering te sit nie. En ons het raadslede wat los asseblief daai probleem op. Ons het raadslid August, D. Jacobs, Kay, raadslid Botje, Rigby, raadslid Cupido, raadslede Subenzi, raadslede Breinhard en raadslid Matanzima. Baie welkom by julle by die stad Kaapstad. Hulle is nuwe raadslede wat vanoggend by ons aansluit. Goed dan, raadslede, ek wil ook die publiek verwelkom, die amptenare wat daarbo sit en dan ook aan die publiek wat op die hoofstroom YouTube met ons verbind is. Ek wil julle almal verwelkom, medialede.
Call for a moment's silence. If we can please rise for a moment's silence. Thank you. I'd also like to draw attention and remember those of our own whom we have lost since the onset of the pandemic, and also offer my deepest condolences to those council members and staff who have lost family members and loved ones. I know that certainly the councillors we've had quite a few bereavements, and I'm not sure that I want to mention each of them because it is an emotional time, but I think if we can just rise on a point of a recognition of the bereavement of our councillors, members of families that have passed, and councillors. Thank you. We're going to now commence with the electronic registration. For those of you that are not up to speed with the system, and let's hope it lasts for the day, you take your card, your registration card, and you put it with your name facing upwards into the slot. If we can just all register now, please. So you don't press any other buttons at this point, you just put your card in. I want to also point out that if you leave the room for any reason, you need to take your card out and hand it to the VIP at the door, and then when you come back, you collect your card and then you reinsert it. I want to ask the officials now whether they can confirm whether we have a quorum, but it certainly looks like we have a quorum. Thank you. So, councillors, if we will please now take our seats. Councillor Breinhard, as you're not working. All right, keep your hand. You haven't received your registration. Put your hand up and we will do yours in connection with the list in the front. Thank you. Not working. All right. We'll pick it up as we go through the list, comparing it to the registration. I'm going to call on the Mayor to do his mayoral address. Mr. Mayor.
Speaker, may I raise on the point of privilege, please?
Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like this House and the entire city of Cape Town to wish a happy birthday to the EFF. We have reached our 9th anniversary.
All right, thank you.
So, happy birthday, EFF, happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Kentucky
Mayor.
Fried Chicken.
The 9-year-olds. Good morning, Madam Speaker, city colleagues, members of the public, and guests who are here today, members of the media. Good morning, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, Salaam alaikum, Shalom. I know I speak for all of us in congratulating our national team and our African champions, Banyana Banyana, on their spectacular victory in the Women's AFCON. I've been in touch with Coach Desiree Ellis, a Cape Townian, here from Hanover Park, to convey our congratulations and our applause to her and the team for waving South Africa's flag so high across the continent. Yesterday, we also marked the 1-year countdown, the 365-day countdown to the Netball World Cup 2023, which will be hosted by us right here in the mother city. We started the countdown with the unveiling of a beautiful mural in Langa by Langa-born international graffiti artist Skumbuzo Salman, known as Sku. I'm glad to see that he is here now. A very warm welcome to the new leader of the opposition in council. Councillor Majingo, is he here? Oh, he's not here. Okay, well, I was going to warmly welcome him. An inauspicious debut, but thank you. I did see that Alderman Sotashe is here, so I wish to thank Alderman Sotashe. Thank you very much. I wish to thank Alderman Sotashe for his role as leader of the opposition in the past, as well as Councillor Makasi as opposition whip, and welcome to you, Ms. Haynes, as the new ANC chief whip. Madam Speaker, when this government was elected, we made a firm commitment. We will release more well-located city-owned land and foster to deliver more affordable housing for Cape Townians. And since December, we have set about doing exactly that. I will say something about the how we are doing this in a minute. But first, it's important to remember why we are doing this. We want every person in Cape Town and those who move here from elsewhere to know and feel that this is a place, that this is a city where they have a decent chance of building a better life for themselves. That this city offers them a better hope of finding work, a better hope of a future of opportunity for their children and families, and the optimism that their present painful reality of poverty can be overcome in time. Ultimately, this is the kind of country we want for everyone, everywhere in South Africa. But we can start somewhere. We can start by trying to build here, where we are, with what we have. And yet we know that this is not going to be easy. Poverty in South Africa is growing, not shrinking, as families fall under the crushing pressure of load shedding, rising prices, and bad economic policy at a national level. Instead of going forward, families have spent most of the last decade or more going backwards in constant financial retreat. And we see the signs of this everywhere in our society, in homelessness, in soaring unemployment, and in growing informality. At the heart of addressing the dignity of each family and of giving people a sense that their life can get better, that the future can get better, is decent, affordable housing. So our commitment to more affordable housing in Cape Town is not just about bricks and mortar and a roof. It is about giving people a pathway out of poverty. It is about showing them a dignified way ahead and about getting them a sense of security that comes with having a warm, dry, safe place to stay. And we want that for many more people. We also want people to live closer to where they work. In a world of steeply rising fuel prices, rising interest rates, and dysfunctional public transport and rail systems, we know that some Cape Townians are spending 30% or more of their monthly income on public transport just getting to work and back. And this is not unique to Cape Town. Last weekend, national newspapers carried the story of a school teacher on the West Rand of Gauteng who resigned from his job because it no longer makes financial sense for him to travel to work and back when his transport costs are more than his entire salary. So people need to be able to stay closer to work opportunities. But there is something else too. So many people in urban areas across South Africa experienced a profound loss and a severing of the sense of belonging because of the way that apartheid twisted, mangled, and distorted our urban form. And that trauma continues to reverberate in our society today. So our commitment to more affordable housing is also about building a more inclusive city that can make progress in unstitching the legacy of apartheid. So if that is the powerful why that motivates our action, then how will we do it? We know that fully state-subsidized housing programs in South Africa have been undergoing and will continue to undergo a permanent tapering off of budgets and delivery. The future of affordable housing delivery is not going to be in the free housing space, and it is not going to be delivered by the state. That much is absolutely clear. If we intend to make any meaningful dent on the demand for housing in our cities, then we must achieve much more scale. We will do that through unlocking micro-developers, social housing companies, and private sector delivery. In January, our government formed a priority program on affordable housing. Since then, we've been meeting monthly to drive progress in 4 main areas. First, we are cutting the red tape that makes it so difficult for the private sector to deliver thousands more affordable homes in Cape Town. And Council has already considered in an earlier meeting the first step for a meaningful amendment to the municipal planning bylaw to achieve this end. Second, we are making it easier for micro-developers to deliver more rental units. We will soon offer planning support offices in townships with off-the-shelf, pre-approved building plans for many more rental units. Third, we are giving people title deeds and using innovative partnerships with banks and cell phone companies to track down outstanding beneficiaries who still need to receive their title deeds. This way, we are putting people on the first rung of the asset ownership ladder and breaking the cycle of intergenerational poverty. We are putting life-changing assets in their hands so that they can leave a legacy to their children or develop micro-rental units to generate income, or just to own and live in a home that is truly theirs, rather than as permanent tenants of the state. And fourth, and most importantly for today's meeting, we are speeding up the release of city-owned land for social housing delivery. Already in the last 3 months, 2 parcels of land, which had inched their way through the system have been shaken loose and have been brought through our council meetings. But there is much more to come. And so it gives me great pleasure to announce today that we are tabling 2 more major projects for social housing. First, we are tabling the final handing over of the important Salt River Market property to the Social Housing Institution for construction. And second, the Pickwick Road site is on our agenda today for final in-principle approval for release for social housing. We are making history today by enabling the 9-story Salt River Market development right in the heart of the city at Salt River Circle, close to social and economic amenities. The Pickwick Road project, also in Salt River, is back on our agenda today after we first considered it 2 months ago. This is a tangible bricks and mortar example of how we are shortening our land release timeframes, having already completed public participation and all the other necessary processes in the last 2 months. Together, these projects unlock over 800 social housing units in Salt River. And with Newmarket Street, we've now brought 3 properties to council in 3 months, with over 1,000 social housing units delivered. Our land release program is gaining momentum, and our goal is clear: a more rapid pipeline for social housing and mixed-use private sector development. Now, I want to give credit to our team who have pushed and worked extremely hard to get us to this point. Our team of officials under Executive Director Nolwandle Griba, I don't see her, but she should be here somewhere, I'm sure she's around, as well as our MACO member, Malusi Boy, and our PC chair, Andin Sodo. I'm sure Councillor Nsodo is here. This team have pushed to get Salt River Market onto this council agenda, including running additional public participation to correct the erroneous exclusion of a key earth from the earlier stages of advertisement in late 2017, early 2018. Over time, and I would actually like to invite Councillor Boy and Councillor Nsodo up now to show us a picture of what this development is going to look like. I want to tell you a little bit about this development because it is very exciting for our city. Yiza, Councillor. Come and stand here, brother. Over time, this team and our city officials have worked with the relevant SHI to up the social housing component of this project and land a feasible mixed-use development. Overall, the Salt River Market site comprises 723 affordable housing opportunities. Cross-subsidized by offices, with lots of wonderful community facility and markets set around a vibrant public square. The property is also in close proximity to key public transport interchanges. It is across the road from Salt River Station, where the northern, central, and southern lines converge when they work, as well as My City Route 261, which connects to Century City to the City Bowl via Voortrekker Road, and My City Route 102, which connects Salt River Station to the CBD via Woodstock, Warmer Estate, and District 6. Just down the road from here, just off this picture, Pickwick Road, also in Salt River, will deliver 600 social housing units as part of an 8-story mixed-use development. With the latest release of Salt River Market, the city now has over 800 inner city social housing units in the construction phase via our social housing partners. The other projects are plus minus 200 units at Maitland, 2 more in Woodstock, Pine Road, with 240 units, and Dillon Lane with 150 units. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. You didn't even do properly. Projects in the land use management phase include Newmarket Street and Woodstock Hospital Precinct, a very important project where around 700 social housing units have been delayed by the orchestrated and unlawful hijacking of that building in March 2017. We will do everything possible to fast-track that social housing project through the correct legal channels. Besides doing everything in our power to release pockets of land that we control, we are also pushing forward with our calls for national government to release the huge pieces of unused state land in the city, which are at least, colleagues, 77 times the size of the land that the city owns combined. I've met with the National Minister of Public Works, Minister Dullar, recently, to get an update on these mega properties. And we are counting on her to keep up the same level of interest she had in these sites when she was the mayor, now that she controls them. Madam Speaker, the Eskom load shedding that we experienced over the last month has been the most unprecedented and devastated load shedding in 15 years. Stage 6 meant that most South Africans went without electricity for more than 8 hours a day, compounding immeasurably the economic hardship that so many already face. Here in Cape Town, city customers were spared up to 2 levels of load shedding for most of those dreadful 3 weeks. I'm very proud that we were able to protect our residents in that way. And on Monday this week, we announced our pioneering plan, the first in South Africa to do this, to allow commercial and, yes, eventually residential customers too, as soon as we can, to allow commercial customers to become what we call net producers of electricity by selling any surplus electricity they generate back to the city. And instead of simply providing a credit against their municipal account, as we did in the past, we will pay those customers in cash for the power that they sell us. We hope that we get the message out there to all of those businesses who have got big unused roofs, whether you own a factory or a warehouse or a distribution center. This announcement has the potential, if it is taken up widely by those owners, to really change our energy trajectory in Cape Town. In the country of Vietnam, which also had profound power shortages and challenges in years gone by, this one intervention, paying people cash for the power they sell to the state to incentivize them to make the solar investments, added 9,000 megawatts to the grid of that country. So the potential is there to make a big difference if we can get the message out and that opportunity is taken up. Of course, the ultimate goal is eventually to stop load shedding in Cape Town. And these policy shifts were important positive steps on that journey too. Speaker, as economic hardship bites, criminality tends to increase. Since Council last met, we have seen truly shocking levels of violence across South Africa, with dozens of people killed in mass shootings. We have still much to do in our fight against crime. That is why we are working so hard to compensate for SAP's under-resourcing with our LEAP program, which continues to yield impressive results. I'm happy to report that our LEAP officers made 1,491 arrests over the last 3 months. These arrests took place in Delft, Mitchell's Plain, Gugulethu, Nyanga, Harare, Khayelitsha, Bishop Lavis, Atlantis, Lavender Hill, Grassy Park, Hanover Park, and more. Our officers confiscated dozens of illegal firearms and hundreds of thousands of rands worth of drugs. I'm also very proud and grateful to those residents joining and volunteering in their local neighborhood watches, refusing to accept the gangsters and criminal behavior in their own communities. Last week, I joined Councillor Gordon and several neighborhood watches on patrol in the Pelican Park area. And this year we have budgeted 5.6 million rand for training and new, better equipment for our neighborhood watches across Cape Town. Speaker, a few weeks ago we completed the restoration of the murals featuring Madiba and Archbishop Tutu on the facade of our Civic Centre building here. This small project does not just speak to a sense of renewal in our city, but is also a reminder of the founding values of our democracy. Sadly, there are those in our city and in our country who daily threaten those values and who seek to deliberately turn back the progress we have made as a country. I'm talking here about those that exploit differences in race, ethnicity, language, religion, and nationality for political purposes. Looking all around the world, one cannot help feel alarmed at the increasingly tribal, polarized, and bitter tenor of political debate and engagement. Throughout the ages, the easiest thing to do in politics has always been the tactic of the scoundrel. Manufacture an enemy, whip up fear and anger against that perceived enemy, position yourself as the great defender against that threat, and leverage those feelings of fear for your own support. That may be the easy road. That may be the easy road, but at the end of it lies only destruction. I'm reminded of the quote, "Wide is the gate, broad is the road that leads to destruction, and you will find many people on it. But straight is the gate, and narrow is the path that leads to life." In Cape Town, we must not choose the easy path of division and enmity. Instead, we must stand up and choose a path for inclusivity, tolerance, and genuine community in a plural society united in our care for our city home. So I know that when times are the hardest, people are most susceptible to rhetoric that seeks to divide them. And I'm particularly concerned at reports in our city of rising xenophobia. No less than the United Nations recently issued a warning that anti-foreigner sentiment is a cause for serious concern in South Africa. All of us, no matter the color of our skin, the language we speak, the God that we worship, or the country that we come from, every one of us deserves to be treated with dignity, inclusivity, and respect. So I hope that every party in council today will join me in taking a stand today and publicly saying no to xenophobia in Cape Town. Madam Speaker, because of the actions we are taking today and the many more actions still to come in our priority land release program, we are changing Cape Town for the better. In the years ahead, more Cape Townians will live closer to where they work. More of them will have affordable homes. More of them will feel safer where they live. They will live in a more integrated city, and they will have better opportunities in a growing economy. And that is progress to be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of Rule 11.2, questions to the Mayor, we've got four questions. Councillor Peck, Councillor Adams, Councillor Max, and Councillor Dambuza. We'll start with Councillor Peck.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, the City of Cape Town saved its residents from load shedding for 2 consecutive weekends. How has this impacted the residences and the businesses of our city?
Councillor Peck, we have calculated that every stage of load shedding costs the Cape Town economy 75, excuse me, Councillor Peck, we've calculated that load shedding costs the City of Cape Town economy 75 million rand per stage per day. So 2 stages of load shedding, 150 million rand a day. 3 stages, 225 million. You get the picture. So just by saving, protecting our residents from 2 stages of load shedding, our actions are able to protect and save 150 million rand a day in the Cape Town economy. Now, of course, we want to go further than that. We want to get to stage 3 and stage 4 and eventually say goodbye to load shedding for good. And I know that we'll get there, and we're pushing very, very hard and ambitiously to get there. But in the meantime, it is absolutely satisfying to know that we are saving that economic loss. And I'll just say this, Councillor, it's not just about the economy. 150 million means businesses staying open, jobs, people staying in their jobs. But all of us know what it means for us as residents to have that less load shedding in our lives. What we may not know, depending on where we live, is what that means for people's safety. You know how many people have contacted me to say, thank you so much, because just the simple act of keeping the lights on in their neighborhood makes them much, much safer. So you cannot just count the cost of these things in economic terms, but also in the terms of lives and safer residents. So it is something that we can be really proud of. Thank you for the question.
Speaker. Councillor Fadil Adams, Councillor Haynes, we don't take interjections through questions. Councillor Haynes, Councillor Fadil Adams.
Thank you, Speaker. Mayor, you mentioned the crime, the neighborhood watches, and the danger we live in. You speak about the housing we need and the development we need, and we thank you for this. But a company called Ho & Ingalls has just been awarded a tender to build a school in Manenberg. Yet the same company was found guilty, well, not guilty, but found by JP Smith's own email to have paid a gang boss in Manenberg 2 million of our tax rands. This company was never blacklisted. The money was never clawed back. What I want to know is when people like Dwayne Jacobs and I close a site to force our people to work, this DA speaks of a construction mafia. But when big white business commits blatant crimes, this DA does nothing about it. My question to you, why was this company not blacklisted as per the requirement of the PFMA? Why, Mayor, does this administration lean backward to enable criminals to work? I'll tell you what this drug dealer did with the money, the 2 million rand. He bought guns, the same guns you expect law enforcement to take.
Councillor, that is not part of the speech. You've asked your question.
Almost at the question. He bought guns with the 2 million rand, the same guns you expect law enforcement to take. He bought drugs with the 2 million rand, the same drugs that poison our children. Why is this company still not blacklisted? Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor, the very first sentence of your question was that a company has been appointed to build a school in somewhere. I would inform you, I would expect you to know this, but the local government has...
On a point of clarity, Mayor.
No point of clarity. No point of clarity. The Mayor is answering your question. The Mayor is answering the question.
Won't you please...
I name you now, Councillor Adams.
Sir.
In terms of Rule 28, I name you for the first time.
Won't you please direct your question to the Western Cape Education Department? Thank you very much.
Councillor Max.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Mayor, the Freedom Front Plus support you full-heartedly with regards to your solar plan, solar energy plan, because it sounds very romantic. However, the implementation thereof might be problematic because we are having a huge mosquito called Eskom, who impose or intend to impose availability levy of 938 rand on solar energy users. So I want to know from you, are you in support of Eskom's intention to implement the 938? If no, why not? If yes, is there anything that the city can do to protect this energy users against this intention of Eskom, who are trying to suck the last financial blood out of consumers? But can the city set the example to Eskom if you don't support Eskom's idea, by also stop the surge levy on water and electricity which residents are paying?
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Max, we'll discuss later your comment about feeling romantic. Let me say that the Eskom proposal does seem like a very, very high and expensive amount, which will absolutely discourage investment in solar generation on people's roofs. Obviously, it does not apply to City of Cape Town customers. They cannot impose that fixed charge on the city's grid. So that would only apply to Eskom direct customers. Now, unfortunately, about 15% of the city is still serviced directly from Eskom. Around 85% of the city is serviced by us. And it's no secret, I've said this publicly, that we are involved in the early stages of discussion with Eskom about handing over those areas that they service to the city. Remember that Eskom is quite keen to get out of the direct customer service business because it's difficult. You've got to deal with massive non-payment, and it's not so much about Cape Town, it's actually their biggest problem is in Johannesburg, as we know. So they're quite keen to get out of that business entirely. But I must stress, and Alderman Pringle wrote to me about this as well, because a great portion of the Helderberg is Eskom directly serviced. The discussions are at a very early stage because Eskom wants us to pay for all of their substations, their transformer boxes, their cables. It's an enormous amount of infrastructure in those areas that Eskom owns. And we can't just write a number on a piece of paper and agree on it together because we don't know what condition that infrastructure is in. It might need completely replacing in the next few years, in which case it's basically worthless. Or some of it might be in good condition and have some worth. So we cannot simply just do it willy-nilly. We've got to go through a very tedious process of assessing all of that infrastructure, figuring out exactly what customers are going to come over, and that is, as I said, a discussion that is in its infancy. So in the future, of course, we would love to have a situation where I could say there's not a single customer in Cape Town who will be subject to that 938 Rand exorbitant surcharge. I cannot say that at the moment, but I can say we will protect city customers from that, and we are in the early stages of that other discussion I've spoken about. Thanks.
Councillor Dembuza.
Mayor, I don't know why this mic is doing these things now. Can
I ask that you just use another mic just to speed up the process and turn yours off?
No, thank you very much. Mayor, first of all, as the EFF, we would like to welcome the fact that you have given recognition to Banyana Banyana that carries Desiree Ellis, who is from Cape Town. And we would like to also for you to recognize Nokol, the son, who is from Kukuletu, who will be arriving Sunday in the Winnie Madikizela International Airport and will be recognized in Gugulethu Sport Complex. And we hope that the mayor will be part of those celebrations. We want Banyana to be given the same recognition that the Stormers were given here
Thank
by
you,
the city
Councillor.
of Cape Town. Here's my question.
Councillor,
Here's my question. My question is, you are coming here congratulating people on affordable housing when it has been failed for those who were sabotaged in the apartheid regime, who stays in Gugulethu, in ERF 2849 and ERF 8448, their houses have not been finished till today. When are you finishing those projects of those that were removed in an area remotely given native yards as streets, where they were pushed there because they are black?
Councillor, thank you.
When are you finishing their houses?
Thanks, Mayor.
Could take that one, please.
Thanks, Mayor. We have appointed 2 contractors now to complete, because the contractors that were there could not or did not have.
Councillors, please order.
It's the same noise. I think, fortunately, the councillor knows, because he has attended some of the meetings, and also the sub-council is quite aware, because we are keeping the sub-council abreast, which is sub-council chair Makasi and her entire team. We have appointed 2 contractors from the provincial panel to complete those units. We have given an instruction that both Mau Mau and 8448 should be completed by December. Our officials, they've taken the instruction, so we have increased capacity. One of the sites now, you'll see they are at roof level or wall plate level. For those who know construction better, we'll be putting up some roofs in the coming week, and making sure that we hand over some of the units before end of August. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Defos. Councillor Defos.
Speaker.
Speaker. Councillor Christians over here. Mayor, thank you. Just regarding the 5.6 million that will be sent or freed up for the neighbourhood watches, previously we saw provincial government make a huge mistake when they allocated neighbourhood watch funding equally across, so your Camps Bay neighbourhood watch would get the same as what Heideveld would get. Now, of course, we know that that's not how, they face different issues. They've got, our EPIC system shows us, our LEAP deployment shows us there are certain areas that requires more funding than other. Do we have a system where we will be, allocating funds based on the feedback we get via EPIC and LEAP instead of a blanket approach and giving them all the same funding? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Christians. You're absolutely right. I was looking for Alderman Smith, but he's not in the chamber. The discussion that we had with him is exactly what you've suggested, that budget must be spent according to where the greatest need is for deployment and additional resources. So it will be heavily concentrated in the LEAP deployment areas, because remember, the LEAP deployment areas were not chosen randomly. They were the 10 worst precincts in the city. And once those are properly equipped, it'll go to the next precincts, neighbourhood watches, based on the statistics that we generate from EPIC and the crime stats, of course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We move on to section 3, applications for leave of absence. Madam Chief Whip.
Speaker, sorry, I had a question for the Mayor. I asked you nicely, Speaker.
The rule 11.2 clarifies the questions to the Mayor. We will only take what is given to the Chief Whip before the meeting. 5 questions, 1 minute each. We've already exceeded that, so we're moving on. Madam Chief Whip. Madam Chief Whip, before you proceed, Councillor Haynes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I can see that you are starting with the first day making my life difficult. Let me say, Madam Speaker, let me first say that I don't know why the opposition was laughing with the absence of the leaders of the opposition, because some of them also have family responsibilities. I really take offense on behalf of my fellow councillor. Coming to your point, Madam Speaker, coming to your point, the rule that you are
order,
referring,
please.
The rule that you are referring me to speaks to urgent motions.
It speaks to the Mayoral Address.
But no, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Haynes, we'll deal with it later. We're moving on. Chief Whip.
But you are depriving ANC councillors from asking a question to what the mayor has spoken here.
The
we have
point,
not seen his speech.
You can put the question in writing. The ANC was not at the programming committee meeting. Moving on, Councillor Visagi.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, councillors. Speaker, apologies for this morning. Councillors Adonis, Tim, Makasi, Anstey, Badela, Nunkumbola, Majingo, Badruddin, Gunkwe, Higam, Talib, Mbiza, Haskin and Watkins. On sick leave, councillors De Blanche, De Beer and Tamu. Councillors that will be leaving early this morning is councillors, or today, councillors Kay and councillors Klassen. Late arrival is Alderman JP Smith. Thank you, Speaker.
Are there any other leaves of absence which have not been read out? Councillor Haynes.
I have not heard all the names, but I'll take it up with the Chief Whip. I just want to add Councillor Gadeni and Councillor Mtrina. They are going to be joining us late. Thank you very much.
That's fine. That's in order. Thank you very much. I want to move to announcements by the Speaker, and for the most part, I want to deal with how this electronic voting system works. Also to say that, of course, for 2 years, the system hasn't been operating properly, and there will be the possibility of problems, but let's just move on, and if we get to problems, we'll deal with them. So your card, as I explained earlier, needs to stay in the slot during the duration of your presence in the chamber. You take it out if you leave, but you bring it back and reinsert it when you come back. When we get to voting, a voting light will come on, and that is on the left-hand side, I think, of the buttons under your card. And then once you accept the vote, you then vote accordingly, for, against, or abstain. The voting results will be displayed on the screen above us, and then that is after the vote is closed. The system, as I say, might give us problems, but we will work around it. Those of you that don't have cards, put your hand up and an official will come and take your votes. Have you resolved it? Okay, perfect. And then at the end of the meeting, councillors, if you can leave your voting cards in the machine, and leave your green cards with your seat numbers also on the counters. Today's meeting is approximately 4.5 hours from now, so please, I do require cooperation and sticking to the rules of order so that we can move on. And that brings us now to section 5, which is the notices by the city manager.
There are no urgent matters, Speaker.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillor Haynes.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I am definitely going to be dealing with this matter through your office and the whips, but I want to register a concern on behalf of the ANC in this chambers. The items of late, the matters of late items coming after we had a caucus or a few hours before we have a meeting, through you to the manager, must really seriously be looked at. You have, as a DA, previously said if you want to list speakers on items that has been agreed upon. The Chief Whip of the DA has always said that we are unfair to other councillors that must now go and prepare. We feel it's unfair to give us huge items a few hours before the meeting to go and study and read and prepare.
I'll take note of that, and we can deal with it.
And you must stop being agitated.
We did miss your party and yourself at the programming meeting where these things were discussed, but we will talk about it after the meeting. Thank you. We're going to go to the agenda now. And we're moving on. There's 2 minutes of the meeting to be approved. We start with the first meeting on the 26th of May. And those start on page 6 of your agenda. Can we move through those? Page 6 through to page 20. Page 20 through to page 32. Page 33 then to page 51. Can we sign those minutes? Thank you. Councillor Little, you have a correction?
Yes, ma'am. Just clarity and a question.
No,
on that
on the agenda.
On that agenda and that minute, at that meeting, there was a commitment made by yourself to come back to this council and to report back to this council on the issue of the motion.
Councillor, that was done. It was also raised at the programming committee. And if you haven't received that from your whip, we will send it.
Ma'am, that is the actual issue. Your commitment was to the council, not to the programming committee, nor to myself in an email. Your commitment was that you would come back to this council. The response we got does not address the question or the issue that was on the agenda, because the standard operating procedure is not signed, nor is it legal.
You've made the point. Thank you. We're moving on to the next item.
Speaker.
We're on page 52.
Speaker, corrections. Corrections on C5 and C22 and C29. The PAC registered a vote against those.
The who did?
C5, C22 and C29.
Thank you. Thanks. Councillor Rihanna, did you get that? Can I ask you to just speak to the Secretariat so we get that correct? Sorry, Councillor, yes.
The correction there, Speaker, on C5 and C22 and C29, the PAC voted against in those.
Thank you very much. We'll correct that. The next set of minutes on page 52, 52 through to page 70, 70 through to page well, that's basically the end. Any corrections on that? Right, thank you very much. Now we move on. Before we get to the debate in the agenda, we want to just mention the items that have been agreed to. In volume 2, it's items 12, 18, 19, 20, and item 22. In volume 3, it's items 27, 28, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 39, and item 40 and 42. In volume 4, it's items 44 through to 51, 53, 54, 57 through to 75. Okay, those then are for noting. So now we move to the remainder of the agenda, starting with volume 2, item number 5. We have now got councillors, 204 councillors present in the meeting. And we will take the count of the present councillors in terms of support for those items agreed to. Councillor Dambuza.
Thank you, Speaker. We must register that agreed items are not totally agreed items as per the EFF.
Thank you.
Because due to airtime, we therefore don't have speakers on those items.
Thank you.
And we will register our position.
Councillor Cupido.
Speaker.
Who was that?
Speaker, PAC. D15, PAC.
Councillor?
Yes. Speaker, on those items that said agreed on, the PAC is not agreeing in any of those items that talks about the sale of the land.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cupido?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think Councillor Dambuza has highlighted what I wanted to bring to your attention. My question to you around us agreeing to certain items, when are we getting the opportunity to register our votes against some of those items that we're not in agreement with? Thank you.
Well, you can, the fact of the matter is the items for noting are for noting, but the rules of order say how the process of the meeting works. And if you need to discuss that, then we need to do that again at a programming meeting when I ask for items to discuss. So we'll talk about it if you want to speak to us after the meeting, and we can understand what exactly it is that are you wanting to record your vote against the items that have been agreed to?
That's what I'm asking, Speaker. When do we get an opportunity? Because
You don't,
you've
because the
mentioned a
items are
few.
agreed. That needs to be
Speaker,
done, Councillor, at the WIP's meeting.
Speaker, you've gone through
Speaker.
the
That's
entire
incorrect.
agenda. You've
That's
gone through
incorrect.
the entire agenda, Speaker. And some of those items that you've mentioned that was agreed to are not items for noting. Those councillors that's trying to influence you, they need to keep quiet.
Councillor, that is what the WIP's meeting is about. That is when that debate takes place.
But Speaker, you don't attend
Speaker,
the
you
WIP's
cannot in
meeting.
the WIP's meeting decide what happens
all
in
right,
council.
Councillors, we are moving on. Councillor, sit down, Councillor Dambuza.
Speaker.
Councillor Dambuza, sit down.
Speaker, don't mislead this House.
Councillors, thank you very much. Councillor, you're disturbing the meeting. Where's the item number for the... Councillors? Councillors? In terms of Rule 28, we are moving on, okay?
Speaker, you are trying to collapse
the Secretariat is not in the WIP's meeting, Speaker.
Item 5. Thank you. Then record, councillors. Councillor Dambuza, I'm naming you now for the second time in item. Councillor, can we, Madam Chief Whip, can we have a workshop to explain what needs to be dealt with at the WIP's meeting?
Yes, we do have a workshop coming.
Okay, we're going to have a workshop. We are moving on. Councillor, we're moving on. Item 5. In terms of the first speaker on the speakers list, Councillor Defos. Councillor.
Speaker.
Councillor,
Speaker.
we are moving on.
No,
I have ruled.
Speaker.
If you have a problem, then take it up with the Chief Whip and you will have your vote recorded against. Councillors, you were both at the programming meeting and you were at the WIP's meeting. Okay.
Speaker, point of order.
Councillors, this is not a circus. We have rules of order.
Speaker, you're creating that circus now. You're not giving us a chance to...
So the... Councillor Dambuza... That's fine. We'll take note of that and we will record your vote accordingly.
Speaker, point of order.
That's what you need to... That's exactly what you need to say at the WIP's meeting. Did they say that? All right. Would you like your vote recorded against too?
Yes, Speaker, because the Secretariat is not in the WIP's meeting.
Give the WIP...
The Secretariat sits here.
Give the WIP the details.
I'll forward it now to the...
Speaker, point of order.
We're moving on now to item 5, Councillor Defos.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, city colleagues and people of Cape Town. At first glance, an amount of just under 40 million rand over a period of 7 years may raise some eyebrows, unless of course it's hidden in a couch on a game farm. However, let us stick to a few straightforward facts in this matter. All aspects of Section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act have been complied with. A proper, broad and thorough consultation process was followed. National Treasury, as well as the National Department of Transport, found no reason to comment. The comments of Provincial Treasury, as well as COGTA, did not warrant any update to the draft vetted document. The bidder's price represents a significant financial benefit to the City of Cape Town. A thorough and proper contract is in place and will ensure that outcomes are met. But let us also consider what the consequences will be if this contract is not awarded. Phase 2A of the Rapid Integrated Transport Programme, which is aimed at specifically addressing the transport needs and improving the lives and livelihoods of economically vulnerable communities, will be adversely affected. We dare not delay the rollout of this service to the communities of Ottery, Wetton, Hanover Park, Guguletu, Philippi Mitchell's Plain and Khayelitsha. But why such a long-term appointment? Simply because it ensures stability. In the 7 years between 2009 and 2016, South African Airways had no fewer than 9 different CEOs. The result of this inconsistency in management and the volatility that it brought about, culminating in SAA entering business rescue. Even today, it is only a highly suspicious agreement, which is to a large extent shrouded in secrecy, that keeps SAA more or less operational. Also consider PRASA, an entity that boasted 6 different CEOs in a mere 3 years. We all know what this level of instability did to the people of Cape Town, specifically with reference to those living along the Central Railway line. This is not how we operate in the City of Cape Town. We do things professionally, we do things properly. We run a stable, world-class city. And we do this to ensure the long-term sustainable delivery of services to our people. It is in the best interest of these people, the citizens of Cape Town, that this House approves this contract. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joseph, M. Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With reference to the item CO 50722, Good has no objection to this or any contract being extended beyond the 3-year period, but we have concerns regarding the processes being followed and the lack of response from relevant departments who are critical to the approval of this tender. We are aware that many of the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is a result of contract management and absence of project management. One only has to read the Auditor's General report. Before us is a tender which will be extended to 84 months, which is 7 years, but no exceptional circumstances has been highlighted. So why was this service provider given this amazing opportunity? Question raised. According to the Section 33, this states the following, that the municipality may enter into a contract which will impose financial obligations on the municipality beyond the financial year, but if the contract will impose financial obligations on the municipality beyond the 3 years covered in the annual budget for that financial year, it may do so only. And here we see a number of conditions listed, but the one that is interesting is the Section 33, any written views and recommendations on the proposed contract by National Treasury, the relevant Provincial Treasury, the National Department responsible for the local government, and any national department referred to in the paragraph. Now on page 5, in the table provided, it states that the National Treasury was sent a letter on the 11th of March, and there was no reasons listed, but no comments received. It further states that the relevant department, as requested in the MFMA Section 33, the Department of Transport also made no comment. And here we are approving a tender for 7 years with the approval of the provincial government, which is also DA-led. We point out the following loophole, which we believe will become a huge problem in the management of this tender. Is the amendment of the contract-specific data on page 37, clause 3.2 states the words, time for completion is to be replaced with period of performance. Time of completion, period of performance. It is not clear why the specific amendment was brought about, which would possibly contribute to the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Madam Speaker, in the light of the lack of information or reasons why the contract extension beyond the 3-year period, Good rejects the extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Majuza.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Speaker. I can't miss this opportunity also of joining the bandwagon of congratulating Banyana, in this instance, proudly so, having one of our own in our own ward, representing the entire nation, showing that in our communities, it's not only what people our communities only produces a nuisance, as some people around here think of such of our communities. By the way, as the ANC, we will agree, Speaker. But because of the continuous lies that are always coming from this dear administration, we need to have a proper plan in terms of making these people account. In this instance, we'll much appreciate to get a quarterly update in reassuring this council that we have a well-tracked implementation program. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Quintus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I do want to extend a word of appreciation to Councillor Mkino, who has said that the ANC should be providing strong oversight over the types of contracts and tenders that are being entered into by the City of Cape Town. That is one of the greatest sentiments of irony I've experienced in a very long time. Furthermore, I'd also like to say, through you, Madam Speaker, to one of the previous speakers as well, these questions are all good and very well to be brought here today, but they certainly were not raised at the PC by any of the members of that party, nor have I received any emails with queries or questions around any of the intricate items. Madam Speaker, I'm going to do something very rare for a politician today, and that is be brief. And Speaker, Councillor Defos must be commended for today also doing something equally rare as a politician, which is speaking with sense, and particularly on this item, I can assure you. As such, I have nothing much further to add, Madam Speaker, other than that if there still remains councillors with half a brain that require me to come to see them with a sheet of paper and a box of crayons in order to explain yet again the benefit of a long-term contract for a long-term project and services, I'm happy to do so, and so I urge this chamber to support the recommendation. Thank you, Madam.
Councillor, don't be offensive, but we're going to move the recommendation. The recommendation is on page 1. Councillor Haynes.
I found the terminology used by Councillor Quintus as half a brain very offensive and disingenuous. He must withdraw, please.
So, Madam Speaker, if it's very close for comfort for Councillor Haynes, I will withdraw the statement.
Thank you very much. Can we now move the recommendation on page 1? All in favour? All right, we're going to vote. There's the light. Are we going to vote? Everybody supported it.
No. Sukoka.
But the lights aren't flashing. Hey? Okay. So when are we going to do this?
Speaker, you did not test this thing.
Okay, councillors, the light's flashing. We press that that button and then you choose which way you want to vote. Thank you. Those in favor are the add sign, those against are the minus sign, and the abstentions are the ones that are cross-eyed. There's 2 outstanding votes. Okay, close it. Okay, so the vote is carried. We're moving on. Item 6. Councillor Majuza.
Thanks, I wrote again, Speaker. Just for the make comment, we don't need half bread here. We need service delivery. That's what we need. Speaker, as per the National Environment Management Protected Areas Act of 2003, the character of this forum itself does not resonate the so-called city values of inclusivity, or should I say inclusive city. In principle, to everyone that is sitting here, Table Mountain is a monument of Africa, situated in an area where the Berlin Conference beneficiaries, together with the Dutch settlers, thereafter named it Cape Town, and later on pushed the indigenous people of the land far away from it. However, the holistic approach of the democratic representation government of the ANC that made provisions of this August House to be recognized structure or sphere of an integrated government wanted to make sure that the local sphere democratically advocates and the democratic principle of both the national and provincial sphere of governance, in making sure that the callousness of apartheid and its legacy are rooted out back to the sea where they come from. I'm saying this, Speaker, and trying to remind everyone who's sitting here that the monument is a national monument governed under the National Environment Management Protected Areas Act of 2003, which clearly states that mechanisms should be put to place to engage local communities through structures such as park forums. While Section 39, subsection 3 states that park management plans must be compiled in consultation with a wide range of interested and affected parties, whilst Section 41, subsection 2 calls for park management plans to put procedures in place for public participation. Subsequently, the process intended to recognize all knowledge, indigenous and ordinary members of our communities, as well as the diversities of values and opinions that exist between stakeholders. In precision, the DA administration has shown us numerous times that it lacks the vision of ethical integrated governance. As this proclaimed process of electing an interim committee on the 2nd of June 2021 excluded interested parties from certain areas of the city, which the report falsely claims that the elected committee was chosen from the publicly nominated members of the community and local interested groups in September 2021, and that a media release was issued out on the 31st of March 2021. We don't know where that comes from. Now the question in principle is, which communities is this report referring to? What media platform is this report referring to? Whilst here in council, we are persuaded to agree to some politically influenced deployment of councillors to go represent us as this council in this forum, instead of inviting all parties whom have an interest to submit names, and we pursue a democratic process of shortlisting and a fair selection process, as per the provisions of the National Environment Management Protected Areas Act 2003. In that essence, Speaker, as the ANC, we are against this unethical bias process. And in time, we will learn and teach you what is ethical integrated governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor A. Kasim.
It is very unfortunate that we still have this DA leading this municipality, because it is this very DA that we will be entrusting to go and represent us in such an important forum which speaks to not only our heritage, but more importantly, where land is concerned. It would have been democratically and fair enough for the city to have at least nominated a second councillor from another political party to represent on this forum, because this is more than just nominations. It's not just about sending councillors who should represent the city, but to also send proper councillors to represent in the interests of all its people. Because it is exactly here within these parks and surrounds of Table Mountain.
Correct, not puppets.
It is exactly here in these parks and surrounds of Table Mountain that our people have been denied access to these spaces or forced to pay a conservation fee if they do not have that valid green card, which is a clear indication that our people, especially our poor, are being kept from enjoying the beauties of this land. And unfortunately, under this DA administration, these beautiful scenery walks are the closest that our black people are going to get to the land, because even Table Mountain, as one example and as a reminder to our people, was established by the Oppenheimer family, among other apartheid beneficiaries who have been running and making billions of rands on Table Mountain and surrounding areas since 1926, during a time that black people were excluded from decision-making. This same cable car company, who pays a very low concession fee to Sandparks, has a 99-year contract to operate on Table Mountain and surrounding areas, as confirmed by the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries last year, which means for our black people could not and will only be able to partake in the first ever tender process to run a company of its kind on Table Mountain and surrounds when that 99-year contract has expired, which is in 2025. And it is decisions like this where white established companies, despite paying a low concession fee to Sandparks, are given power to continue to control our land and heritage sites, and who are keeping the poor from entering such sites due to costly entrance fees, among other issues that our people are dealing with in these parks. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that under the administration of the DA, sending two of their own to represent on this forum would not do justice, and it only once again failed to represent in the interests of all our people, and for this reason, the EFF is not in support of the nominated councillors.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lansdowne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Across the Cape Flats, the City of Cape Town runs some incredible conservation areas, from False Bay to Table Bay, and they all have these incredible community forums called Protected Area Advisory.
Councillors, please, order.
I would like to remind the members across the room that the Table Mountain National Park has not had any stakeholder relations for the last decade. The Park Forum has failed. But what we can agree on is that Table Mountain and the National Park is an iconic, characteristic piece of the city of Cape Town. It makes up 10% of the land mass of the city, from sea level all the way to Maclear's Beacon, which stands over 1,000 meters above our city. However, there are some very
Councillor Cupid, I'm naming you for the first time. In terms of Rule 30.13.
Madam Speaker, the fire last year on Devil's Peak showed all of our residents the importance that this park plays in our city. From fire to human-wildlife conflict or crime on mountainside communities, we cannot abscond our responsibility as a city of Cape Town to build a relationship with Table Mountain National Park. We are the biggest stakeholders of the National Park, representing the residents of the city. So, as the City of Cape Town, I think it's an absolute priority for us to participate fully in this forum, and we are planning on doing so. I will recommend this report to Council.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 88. The EFF have indicated they're against. Do you want to take a vote on this? And the ANC have voted against it. All right. So with any other party against it, the PAC?
PAC is against it.
CCC?
Al-Jamaa is against it, Speaker.
Al-Jamaa, thank you.
AIC is against, Speaker, because I want to be nominated.
The AIC, thank you.
PA is against.
All right, thank you. Then the recommendation is carried.
PA is against, Speaker.
PA is against. All right. Are you indicating the EFF's against?
No, Speaker, we want to be clear if we are moving from the system now and utilizing that system.
We will use the system when there's is discrepancy, but if this system works faster. Thank you. All right, item 7, the recommendations appears on page 100, and the first speaker there is Councillor May.
Somlom,
Somlomo sivumele ukuba sizimanye nezigidi zabemi boMzantsi Afrika, ama-Afrika kwidiaspora nakwizwekazi, unqwenelela umbutho we
We wish to celebrate the birthday of freedom fighters.
Ukunqwenelela umbutho we-Economic Freedom Fighters usuku lokuzalwa olumandi begqiba iminyaka elithoba yanga lingakhula lisomelela njengoko ikukuphela kweqela elinomdla wokwenene wamahlembu kwaye nabahlelelekileyo. Somlomo ibhunga le-EFF liphinde ligxininise ikhwelo kunye noluvo lwalo lokuthatha umhlaba ngaphandle kwembuyekelo.
Die verlange van ons hart is dat die feit dat ons nou 9 jaar in hierdie organisasie is en wat ons eintlik wil sien is omdat dat die grond terug
liphinde ligxininise ikhwelo kunye noluvo lwayo lokuthatha umhlaba ngaphandle kwembuyekezo kunye nokumamisa uthengiso lwemihlaba yoluntu emva kokuthethathethana noluntu icawe inkonzo inkokheli njalo njalo elentarhiye baphakamise imiba abanokuthi babe nomdla kuyo efana neholo loluntu neziko lolutsha neeclinics phakathi kwamabala akulandawo kunokuba umasipala we-DA athengise umhlaba kumphuhlisi ongaziwayo oya kuba nomdla woshishino nemali kuphela. I-DA ifanele ukuba ihlazekile abahlali bebala bavotela yona endaweni yokuba uMalusi Boy ahambise izindlu ngokuthengisa kwalo mhlaba kuthiwa
Councillor, please conclude.
Somlomo inqanaba elilapha phambi kwethu siya.
Thank you, Councillor Satoshi.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm going to time myself because I'm very, very naughty.
Somlomo, bulela kakhulu.
Congratulating the ANC for deciding that there is transition in politics. We have to groom the second layer leadership in the ANC because we work as a collective. We are here. We will make sure that we achieve our objectives as African National Congress to keep your administration accountable, not only to these councillors, but to the citizens of Cape Town. I want to draw your attention to...
Councillor Mackenzie, I'm naming you for the first time.
I want to...
Yes, it's the second time.
1.3.
Yeah, he is taking my time. I want to draw your attention to Section 158 of the Constitution of the Republic. The Constitution reads as follows: every citizen who is qualified to vote for a municipality is eligible to be a member of that municipality, except anyone who is appointed by or is in the service of the municipality and receive remuneration for that appointment or service, and who has not been exempted from this disqualification in terms of the national legislation. The reason why I'm raising this point, I know the Speaker has got amnesia when it comes to issues of consent. It has come to our attention that a DA councillor is a ward councillor and also is in employment of the city of Cape Town in the Department of Fire Services. I want you as a mayor of Cape Town to investigate that. Number two, take time to read item 52. Take time to read item 52 and look at the performance of Human Settlement Department. That quarterly report, it will refute what you presented this morning. Let's come to the item. Council is called upon to approve the final stages of grant in principle of the city-owned property located in Lentegie in Mitchell's Plain. The process of disposing this piece of land dates back from 2015. Of interest in these final stages is the way the city put the property on public market. It cites difficulties of not engaging properly because of COVID-19 restrictions, where the country was put under lockdown. This is a lazy excuse by Property Management Department. Premier developers offered the City of Cape Town 800,000 excluding VAT. The city had to negotiate with premier developers to increase their price to meet the reserve price of 1.2 million rands. We are not given information of who were other bidders, if indeed this was a public competition. It is an open secret that the City of Cape Town goes to public competition
Conclude,
for
Councillor.
compliance because a preferred bidder would have been identified.
Thank you. Councillor Plaatjes.
Speaker, Speaker.
Councillor,
here's my
you had
minute.
3 minutes.
No. Here is my minutes. When Councillor Mackenzie interjected me, I paused here. No. Speaker. Councillor Mackenzie took a minute from me.
Not a minute.
Councillor
Not a minute.
Mackenzie took
30
a minute
seconds.
from me.
30 seconds. Thank you, Councillor Plaatjes.
Speaker.
Morning, Speaker.
A minute from me.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Councillor Plaatjes, carry on.
Morning, Speaker. Morning. Can I continue, Speaker? Morning, Speaker, and councillors, the people in the gallery, those and those online medium.
Councillor Satoshi, I'm naming you now for the first time in terms of item 30.1.3. Thank you.
Speaker, you are the cause of the morning, Speaker, councillors, people in the gallery and online.
I'm naming you for the second time because now we're over 4 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Plaatjes.
Morning, Speaker, morning, people in the gallery and the online media. Speaker, just before I continue, I would like to...
Councillor Satoshi, I'm naming you for the third time and you will no longer get a right to speak in this meeting. Councillor Plaatjes.
Good morning, Speaker. Councillors, people in the gallery. Speaker, but just before I continue, I would like to bring our attention to page 100. Speaker. I would like to turn our attention to page 100. Speaker, can I continue?
Councillor Plaatjes, Mr. Mayor.
Ma'am, is this the appropriate time to respond to the allegations that he's made around one of our councillors?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Thank you. At the end of the debate. Councillor Plaatjes.
Morning, Speaker, councillors, people in the gallery, those online. Speaker, just before I continue, I would just like to turn our attention to page 102. That is now Sub-Council 12 and not Sub-Council 23. It still remains Ward 76. The Regulation 5 of the Municipal Asset Transfer Regulation approved be granted be transfer of earth number 2295, Mitchell's Plain, situated at number 4, Kachipiring Road, Lenteghe, in the extent appropriation zone generally residential, Premier Developers Ltd, to the amount of 1,250,000 in the... Sorry, let's go back. The condition contained the sale agreement attached for the report to the agenda. Speaker, this administration is continuously determined to use the available piece of land to give dignity to our people and allow the developers to prosper, that the people of Mitchell's Plain to prosper and use this field wisely. We therefore support the recommendation as the ward councillor. My office is inundated as this field has now been used as an illegal dumping site. The development just shows the confidence that the developers have in Mitchell's Plain and giving dignity back to the community of Ward 76 in Mitchell's Plain, Lenteghe. I therefore support this recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 100. Mr. Mayor, you may respond at this point before we take a vote.
Ma'am, Councillor Norman McFarlane is a member of the Volunteer Wildlife Service. He does sterling work as a member of that service. In the recent
Councillors
must retire.
In the recent, listen, if you cannot even differentiate between a volunteer and a paid position, it's you who should retire. Now, Speaker, in the recent fire in Somerset West, that ward councillor was on the mountain probably 48 hours non-stop without a single rest or sleep, absolutely free of charge to the residents of Cape Town as a volunteer who is passionate about that VWS service. So without a leader of the opposition today, with the chief whip who didn't even go to programming, and now the nonsense spouted by the former leader of the opposition, you're embarrassing yourselves.
Thank you.
Speaker.
We're not debating it. The item, the recommendation is on page 100. Those in favour of the recommendation, you're not.
Are you suppressing
Councillor,
our
you're
views?
not getting a chance. I warned you 3 times. The recommendation on page 100, those in favour? Those against?
Let's suppress our views, Speaker.
All right, so the
Maybe
motion
you
is
think we're here
carried.
to admire you and watch you clapping hands amongst yourselves.
We are against.
Nina.
Councillor Haynes, please call your councillors to order.
Mayor can stand up and speak.
Am I given an opportunity to speak? Madam Speaker?
Continue, Councillor van der Merwes.
I just want to have a clarity to the mayor.
He's coming here talking.
Councillor Satoshi.
Sotashi Kautule.
Speaker, point of order.
Kautule, asseblief toch.
Councillor Haynes, we're trying to hear you.
Madam Speaker, just want to put a clarity, if I can be allowed, please, asseblief toch. Clarity to the mayor. What does me not attending the program committee and the
Okay, that's
leader
not
position not
relevant
be-
to this point.
Yeah, he's
Okay, it's
asking
not
his
relevant to this
question.
point. We're going to move on. If we have to explain it, then we're beyond that. Councillor,
Stop
we're
being
moving
childish,
on
Mr.
to
Mayor.
item 8.
Yeah.
Item 8, the first speaker is Councillor August.
Speaker, the item before us gives the residents of Cape Town and opposition parties an idea of where the DA-led majority council is at when it comes to land ownership in this municipality. Let me put it frankly, a property is up for auction in Mitchell's Plain, but the notice of auction is advertised in the Tiger Burger and in Blue Downs. What about the people of Mitchell's Plain who should enjoy equal opportunity to bid for this property? Are they aware that a bidding process will commence in the area? People are being disproportionately kept on a periphery of opportunities in the city centre, but more so now in their own communities. Good is not against the disposal of property, but we are questioning how the DA is intentionally disallowing communities to tap into ownership of assets available to them on their home ground. In addition, the city is considering incurring costs by erecting a fence on this property, which should be considered wasteful expenditure, as this will kick into action a process of procurement and all ancillary charges for an asset that will be disposed of, instead of tightening the rope of public spending. In light of recommendations of the Auditor General, the city is considering creative ways of wasting the arms of already overburdened taxpayers. Good does not agree to wasteful and fruitless expenditure. What is concerning is to see that the city, as the custodian of these parcels of land, is selling off proportions on auction, where people who are fortunate enough to acquire this land is buying it, and the poor, who will better value such resources should it be made available to them, is never considered by the DA. In a country considered to be the most unequal state in the world, this city and this governing party has shown time and again that they have no interest to alleviate poverty, even in a place like Mitchell's Plain, where a great majority of their constituencies resides. This goes to show that one can expect very little from an organization who criminalizes poverty. Good stands resolute that public land should be used for public good, and instead of selling off these large parcels of land, to use it for housing opportunities and to honor your election promises to the electorate. Speaker, the action of this council reminds me of a famous old verse, that under the leadership of the DA, the rich will become richer and the poor terribly broke. I thank you.
Councillor Woodman.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Honourable Mayor, colleagues, those streaming live and guests present. I am not sure if Councillor August has read that even though it was in the newspapers, the abutting neighbours received notification via mail. I place before you item C0807, the proposed closure of IRF 37301, situated in 18 Kite Road, Woodlands. Madam Speaker, it's in times like these that I deem it an honor to speak on behalf of a municipality such as the city that is caring and have the best interests of communities at heart. The purpose of this proposed closure is to obtain council's authority to proceed with the closure of city-owned vacant IRF 3703 as a public space to an ordinary IRF in terms of the City of Cape Town's Immovable Property Bylaw 2015. The property is not required for provision of basic municipal services in the future, and therefore it can be transferred. Madam Speaker, public participation was duly followed. The proposed transfer was circulated to the relevant departments of the city, to external stakeholders, and it was placed in the burger on the 11th of April, in the Cape Argus that everybody really reads, on the 19th of November, respectively for comment.
Is everybody?
The owners of abutting properties and surrounding the public place were served with notices by way of registered letters notifying them of the intentions of the closed public space. There was no objections or comments received. By approving this item, Madam Speaker, it is an opportunity for someone to purchase a piece of land and build a home that they can call their own. They can improve their family life and leave a legacy for their offsprings. Unlike some of our opposition that would take the gap to either invade or grab the land, we as a well-run city will continue to strive forward by making land available for our communities. Madam Speaker, in terms of Section 4 of the Council's Immovable Property Bylaw 2015, I hereby move that Council approve the closure of public place of 37301. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Councillors, the
He has no
recommendation
interest
is on
of
page
people from the Cape
159.
Flats.
We're going to try the system again. Those in favour? Okay, correct. Godfrey? I've rung the bell. Yeah. There's just so much noise you can't hear it. We don't have a minute. Okay, yeah. Councillors, have you all voted? There's still 8 councillors to vote. There's still 4 to vote. If they're not in the chamber, they can't vote. Then we close. Close, yeah. Okay, thank you. There's the result of that. We're moving on to item 9. The recommendations are on page 170. And the first councillor is Councillor Mukutswana.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, I must pass this message to the Mayor. Mayor, thank you very much, firstly, for the request I did to you for the family of 3, which passed away last month. Thank you very much for that. And I know very well that it's your task as a mayor to make sure that whatever we ask from the mayor, he can do us happy. Coming to the item, the proposal of the public open space in Dullar Avenue. As you, Mr. Boy, you noticed this morning that your department is failing.
As always.
as you know very well, that it's not doing very well in terms of building houses for our people. If you go around the whole Western Cape, you'll find out we are stacking. No development, houses are built halfway, nothing happening. We don't know what's the matter, and which is showing that the level of dropping of that department. Chairperson, Speaker, as that item is very clear that earmarked for government assistant housing, an opportunity for identifying beneficiaries. But as an ANC, we do support. But what we want to say is that Mr. Councillor Boy, make sure that as that land is going to be developed for houses, make sure that you are more transparent in terms of our people to get houses in that area. Also, making sure that you are not going to play politics around that land for the DA. So I will say your houses opportunity must be more specific what you are saying about opportunities. You must give us a very clear clarity what you are trying to say. Therefore, we support the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor van der Rede.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I ask that we support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone against the recommendation? Can we take that unanimous support for the recommendation? Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're moving on then to item 10. And the recommendation is on page 181, 182. Councillor Ahmad.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. Al-Jamaa and all its constituencies cannot support the implementation of a bylaw, system or policy similar to that which is currently being implemented in Gatesville. The members of Al-Jamaa and the members of the public directly affected by the events that took place in Gatesville on the 25th of June 2022 can only but be appalled and shocked by the conduct of the City of Cape Town's Metropolitan Police. The manner they have repeatedly chosen to enforce the latest bylaw relating to the issuing and use of permits in what is an informal public space in organized raids is nothing but unconstitutional. The reason why Al-Jamaa cannot support the further implementation of this policy, in other words, is because this bylaw is unconstitutional, both on paper and in the manner in which the Executive Mayor and his Metropolitan Police Force have been enforcing it. To violently destroy a person's store from which he sells homemade goods and to arrest him in the process of him attempting to protect himself and his property. This is done by relying on a bylaw purporting to lawfully regulate the participation of all persons in the free market. To what end and what purpose would these bylaws really serve? For instance, there are members of the Gatesville community who rely on the sale of homemade goods on an informal basis by occupying open public spaces. They rely on this opportunity to sell their homemade goods, to earn an income and to survive. Now, because of a municipal bylaw which requires a person to have a permit, he or she is prevented from earning any income and completely precluded from participating in what should be a free market. This issue does not lie with the necessity to have a permit, but rather the manner and process used to apply and obtain limited permits available to unnecessarily large demarcated trading base. The system in place in the Gatesville area is an example. Renders it impossible for most ordinary, lower income and previously disadvantaged members of that community to even utilize application software designed for a PC or technologically advanced cell phone devices. This is simply because they do not have PCs and iPhones or Android devices capable of loading the necessary software in order to apply for the requisite permit. If you do not have access to such a device, then you'd be rendered unable to earn an income or participate in what must be a competitive free market. This is what renders this policy unconstitutional and therefore unlawful. The further implementation thereof is not even an option. The implementation amounts to an anti-competitive victimization of those that are most in need. All that requires an opportunity. Entrepreneurs and small business owners in this opportunity to offer their goods to the public. The events which took place on the 25th of June 2022 is an embarrassment to the Cape Town Municipal Council, its executive mayor, and its Metropolitan Police Force. Al-Jamaa has consulted with legal counsel and intends to challenge the legality of this bylaw and the enforcement thereof. Any extension of these provisions to other wards will suffer the same fate. If Al-Jamaa is successful with its endeavors to protect those that are most in need of an opportunity to trade. In particular, we are concerned over the fact that the people that are most affected by the conduct of the City of Cape Town and are the poorest of the poor in our society. This concern is so serious because the enforcement of the City of Cape Town Metropolitan Police most recent plan contained in its revised bylaw in respect of informal trading in North 46 Gatesville undoubtedly has the effort of completely taking away the ability of these people to earn an income. It is either impossible to obtain a permit because of the manner in which you have to apply for a trading permit, or there are no designated trading bases available.
Thank you, Councillor. Conclude.
In what in reality is an informal trading space, we must ask the following question.
Thank you. Councillor Franca.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Speaker, this item before us is a long, outstanding item for 15 years or even more. Speaker, I ask that this council would support me in this item. I thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 181, 182. Al-Jamaa is against. Is there anybody else against the item? ANC is against? No, I don't want to, you want us to vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, then we'll go to the voting. Thank you, Godfrey. Mr. Mayor, you may talk.
Sorry, ma'am, I did have my hand up. You didn't see it. I just wanted to respond to the councillor from Al-Jamaa. I have actually some sympathy with the points that he made about policy, and I wish to assure him that Alderman Force and I have spoken about those, and Alderman Force's team is working on amendments to the trading bylaw to reflect some of the things that he has said. In principle, we want more people to be able to trade in Cape Town. Everyone who wants a permit should be able to get one. We do not support completely unrestricted and unregulated trading. There does need to be allocated bays and clean infrastructure and so on, but we do want to have a much more welcoming and enabling environment, and we are working on that.
All right, thank you. The debate is closed. We're doing the vote. Godfrey, please start the voting. Alderman Satashi, the rules are that the mayor is the last speaker. I've warned you now 3 times. We will take disciplinary action. The mayor is allowed to conclude. Councillors, you can vote now, please. Thank you. Thank you. Read the rules of order. Okay, we're moving on. We've got 9. We're waiting a couple of out the chamber. You can close the voting. Your lights are not going on. Okay, can one of the officials take your votes and we will add it to this? Is that all the CCC councillors? Okay, thank you. Are you voting for or against? Against, thank you. So that should be 7 votes, so it will be 29. Okay, thank you. We're moving on to item 11. The recommendation is on page 236, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Speaker. It gives me great joy to speak to this item today. As the DA-led City of Cape Town, we are showing the rest of the country what it is when we talk about innovation. In 2018, the City of Cape Town registered a program of activities under the United Nations Clean Development Mechanism for our landfill gas extraction and utilization program, with the aim of positively contributing to climate change mitigation, but also to utilize and benefit from the program. Within the city, we have 3 landfill sites, of which 2 are operational. Although the Belleville landfill was decommissioned in 2018, it continues to produce landfill gas. Speaker, 1 carbon credit is a permit that represents 1 ton of carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere, which holds a monetary incentive. These credits are issued in terms of the rules of the CDM for the destruction of methane, a potent greenhouse gas that is generated, extracted, and destroyed at the landfill gas project. Since 2018 to 2020, the city have accumulated 241,511 carbon credits generated by only Coastal Park landfill, with an estimated value of 24.2 million rand. Belleville South will receive their first installment of credits in this year, and Vissershoek landfill in 2023. Speaker, as you know, our administration is open and transparent, and in this process, we seek, amongst other, council support to sell this existing carbon credits through an auction process, thereby getting the best value.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Tatani.
Thank you, Speaker. Urban waste management is playing a critical role in people's lives. By allowing the carbon credit sale produced by landfill gas, it is not only going to benefit the urban waste management, it will also reduce the health and pollution impact of waste, and that is a core benefit to the community. So we support the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Twigg.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the recommendation to sell the carbon credits, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody against this recommendation? No, then the item is carried. Thank you very much. We move on to item 13, and the first speaker is Councillor Temlett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Finance Department of the City of Cape Town shares the responsibility of delivering on the Objective 5.1 in the IDP of Operational Sustainability by creating the basis for a sustainable income stream, which with prudent financial management will enable service delivery by the various line departments. One of the main sources of income for the City of Cape Town is assessment rates. Assessment rates are sometimes referred to as property taxes or property rates and are non-voluntary taxes levied on the value of property. Assessment rates are the most important general revenue source available to municipalities and are used to subsidize the provision of those services which are not fully financed by tariff revenues. In terms of Section 229 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, a municipality may impose rates on property. Assessment rates for Cape Town are calculated through the delivery of a high-quality and impartial valuation service to their customers to sustain a cost-effective, just and accurate valuation role in the provision of fair and equitable rates for the city. A municipality intending to levy a rate on property must, in accordance with the Municipal Property Rates Act, cause a general valuation to be made of all properties in the municipality determined, and a valuation roll to be prepared of all properties determined in terms of this. For the purposes of a general valuation, a municipality must determine a date that may not be more than 12 months before the start of the financial year in which the valuation roll is to be first implemented. A valuation roll takes effect from the start of the financial year and remains valid for that financial year or more, or subsequent financial years as the municipality may decide, but in total not for more than 4 financial years. Thus, legislative compliance pertaining to the causing of a general valuation and certification of a new general valuation roll, GV 2022, for the City of Cape Town with an effective implementation date of 1 July 2023 will be achieved. So, colleagues, as assessment rates comprise of more than 20% of our total revenue budget with which we are responsible to provide services to our communities, and in order to meet our national legislative requirement, this Council has to agree to the preparation of the next general valuation for implementation on 1 July 2023. I therefore move the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Jacobson.
Properties are like our girlfriends and boyfriends, husbands and wives. The more attractive, the more compassionate, the more caring, the more they are in demand. Demand, demand, demand. Properties are no different. It depends on the structure of our house and the location where it is situated. 25% of our budget comes from our rate contributions. That only is succeeded or superseded by the sale of electricity, which contributes 33% to the city. It appears to be a big business of the sale of electricity, but at least the city is managing to keep the lights going. If our value of our properties plummet, this will reduce the contributions towards the coffers of the city, and this will certainly affect the supply of delivery service, and that will affect definitely our most impoverished. Or the city has another choice, which they work to a rate to rand thing, which they will just increase our rates, and we'll have to bear the cost of that. Either way, it's a lose-lose situation. As a result of a decayed Cape Town, lawless behaviour, sewage spills and human settlements everywhere, it is estimated that our properties have fallen by 40%. A very well-known real estate agent known to our Honourable Mayor confirmed that. We have to defend the decay at all costs. I can't bend down and plead here because I'm blocked in here, but I would beg. But not all blame can fall on the city. This PI Act, the Prevention of Illegal Evictions, it should be blended, minced, chucked, thrown in the bin. It is killing our city. This ability to occupy public and private land overnight is killing our city. It's killing our property values. It's killing our contributions to the city's coffers, and it's killing Daphne Martin from Elsie's River ability to receive social housing. The city, we have to think out of the box. The GV comes up on the 1st of July, on 23rd. It has been unfairly postponed, but it is what it is, and some appeals I hear have taken up to 3 years. Appeals are lying for only 60 days. We've got to extend that longer. And why is vacant land being taxed doubled? This is surely going to deter development. Mr. Leon Lowe has been an honourable servant of the city. He's our municipal valuator for ages, but what we do need is an internal, external audit as well. Rates are determined by computer mass-generated appraisal. There is no personal inspections. So things are either going to go horribly right for some and horribly wrong for others. So where was I with my story with the Spur burger and how that affects our rate payments? Either the burger must come with its chips and onions, or we got to charge less. I pray that we get a full and complete meal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bendeza.
Councillor Spurberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Municipal Property Rates Act 6 of 2004 requires that any municipality that levies property rates to prepare a GV reflecting the market value of all rateable properties within the municipal area. A GV is valid for 1 to 4 years as indicated. The last GV of properties within the City of Cape Town took place in 2018. The maximum legislated validity of a metropolitan municipality valuation roll is 4 years. This means that the city is required by law to prepare a new valuation roll during the current financial year. Since GV 2006, the city has produced a general valuation roll every 3 years to minimize the impact of large fluctuations in property value on property owners' rates account. However, the COVID-19 pandemic created a significant instability within the property market, among other sectors. In order to ensure the fairness and accuracy of valuation, Council resolved to postpone the GV by 1 year to afford more time for the market to stabilize. Speaker, an estimated 908,000 properties will be valued during this cycle using a combination of computer-aided mass appraisal, valuation techniques, and manual valuation methodologies, where computer-aided mass appraisal is used to produce values. These values will be reviewed and amended when necessary by valuers to ensure valuation accuracy and consistency. This includes properties that fall within the new property rating categories introduced during the 2021-2022 financial year. Altogether, there are 21 categories, and each category will be assigned a particular rate in the rent. If a property's rating category has changed since 2018, it will be included in the supplementary valuation roll. The preparation and completion of a supplementary valuation roll forms part of the overall valuation process. Speaker, Section 33 and 43, subsection 5 of the MPRA require the appointment of a municipal valuer and a special valuer respectively. Llewellyn Law has been designated that the municipal valuer and Dean Ward the special valuer in accordance with the legislation. In addition, a steering committee will be established to provide support, guidance, and oversight of the GV processes, to ensure coordination and integration internally, and monitor and evaluate progress, quality, risk, among other things. The role will also be audited by an independent body to ensure its fairness and accuracy. GV22 will be prepared, managed, and implemented in 4 phases. The first phase has already commenced, and the implementation will be the 1st of July 2023. Any property owner who disagrees with the GV 2022 valuation on their property will be afforded an opportunity to submit an objection between 21st February
Councillor.
and 30th April 2023. Speaker, the valuation date in this instance is 1st of July 2022, may not be more than 12 months before the proposed implementation date.
Thank you.
I therefore recommend that Council approve the preparation of the 2022 GV for the City of Cape Town.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone that's against that recommendation? Can we have it approved unanimously? Thank you. Then we're moving on to item 14, Councillor Sunyoko.
Speaker, the EFF is against.
You're against?
Yes.
Okay, the EFF is against. Is there anybody else that's against? Is Good against?
Good is against, thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, Good. All right, can we move on now? Thank you. The next item, item 14, is Councillor Sunyoko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby take this opportunity to voice out our views and understanding in respect of the issue that is currently at our disposal. We may not be a mastermind insofar as the acts as stipulated regarding to this issue at hand, but that does not mean that we have no idea as to what the epitome centers. It does not take a genuine to figure out that there is something fishy and dodgy about this arrangement under the normal circumstances. It is the responsibility of the municipality to build houses for the have-nots and not shy away from the responsibility, thereby selling the land to someone else. The responsibility of building houses resides in the shoulder of the municipality and not the other way around, Honorable. If you look at the epitome of this so-called agreement and arrangement with the buyer of this land, this can be referred to or associated with aggrandizement, self-enrichment. This might sound like false accusation, especially in the light of the fact that there is no proof or evidence at our disposal at the present moment. To use acts of parliament to people knowing very well, having no doubt in your mind that they are not familiar with such acts, it is another strategy that is designed to confuse
Councillor?
the people.
Thank you. Councillor Ace, Alderman Ace.
Let me finish, Speaker. Let me finish, Speaker. With attention to sabotage them. After
Councillor, you're 20 minutes
as
over
ANC,
time.
as
20
ANC,
seconds over time.
as
Alderman Ace? Okay.
on this item. Thank you.
Alderman Ace?
Thank you, Speaker. The councillor was required to familiarise himself with the content of the item, and my only optimism is that I can offer the councillor opportunity to enrich herself with knowledge on how to analyse the item.
You think you're the only ones that know that have knowledge?
There's an opportunity.
Councillor, can you, Alderman Ace, can you speak through the
I will do,
please?
Speaker. This
Councillor, please.
This item
Stop.
serves
Please.
before us today as a final step in a process. There were 4 steps. This is the final and 4th step where the city, with a very clear and a well explanatory document, explains what the purpose is, and it will be to the benefit of the city in order to fund projects like you heard the Mayor speak about this morning. So we have income coming for housing, and we have houses built. So today, Speaker, I'd like to support this final step where we will dispose and transfer of 11211 in Durbanville, and it also be noted that what the benefits are to the City of Cape Town as listed in the document. I therefore support the recommendation.
Thank you. We have a recommendation then on page 280 and 281. Do you want to vote on the item? Excuse me, clarity, a point of clarity.
Clarity to Alderman Ace, whilst the ANC disagree with the item. Just my clarity is, does she agree that as a landowner, you have the right to change your mind? We understand the process comes from a few years back, but does she agree that as a landowner, you have the right to change your mind?
That's why it's on the agenda. That's why we're making a decision today.
I'm asking you to Councillor Ace, Madam Speaker, can you please grant us
Okay,
that?
but it's not a point of clarity.
But Madam Speaker, we're out of order.
Okay, all right. We will allow Councillor Ace to respond to you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, you are correct, but having seen the document and the motivation by all the line departments, you will note that the public participation started in 2018, and noting all the comments received, plus the sub-council resolution, it is the best decision for this property to be concluded in the sale thereof. And it will be an asset to the neighbourhood in which the property is located.
Thank you. We're going to take a vote. Does anyone want to vote, record their vote against apart from the ANC, the EFF, PAC, CCC, Al-Jabar? Is that it? Ara, are you trying to put your hand up, sir? No, you're happy. Right. Thank you very much. Then the motion is carried. We're moving on then to item 15. Councillor Bandezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the annual setting of risk acceptance level is informed by Section 62 of the MFMA, read with Section 5(2)(d) of the MFMA, and the risk management framework from National Treasury. The risk acceptance level sets the tone for the management and mitigation of risks at an acceptable level. This year sees the addition of risk acceptance statements to provide additional context to the risk acceptance levels. I would therefore like to recommend that the item be referred to the respective portfolio committees to provide input on and exercise oversight of the newly developed risk acceptance statements. This will not affect the ongoing processes and implementation of risk management within the city. Once all the portfolio committees have had the opportunity to engage with the risk acceptance statements and provide input, the item will again be referred to council in October. I thank you.
Okay, so the item has been referred back. Okay? Thank you very much. We're moving on to item 16, which recommendations are on page 365. And the first speaker there is Councillor Makua.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. I will speak on item C1607-2022. As the ANC, we agree on this item, but we must monitor the transition of the service agreement.
Chairperson,
This
Speaker.
includes the implementation, the service offered in the joint facilitation must not be negatively affected, and we will also keep a closer look on the quality of the service. Hopefully that it will also pave way for our people of Zakhele Clinic, that the project was supposed to work concurrently with the one of Fisante Kral Clinic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Viljoen.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. The city and province work together.
Councillor, can you just put your mic close to your mouth? Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
The city and province work well together, and we make a difference to the lives of our residents. In the city of Cape Town, we've got 63 of our clinics at platinum status and 5 of the clinics on level 5 status. A few highlights from the city of Cape Town. In July and August 2021, 3 vaccination vans was dispatched to areas where access to vaccination sites was limited and where there was low vaccination uptake to improve access and vaccination coverage. In September 2021, Social Development and Health had a joint venture to commemorate the FASD Day, and during Mental Health Wellness Week, we reached out to 554 residents. During World Immunisation Week, we celebrated in April. Staff across the sub-districts encouraged parents to keep up with the children's immunisation schedules to be alerted to the symptoms of childhood diseases. In the city of Cape Town, we also spend extra 180 million rand per year, more than our provincial counterparts. Therefore, we recommend the approval to be granted to enter into the service level agreement retrospectively in respect of personal primary health care with the Western Cape Government from the 1st of April 2022. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So the recommendations on page 403, the ANC is supporting it. Is there anybody that's against this item? Can we move the recommendation? Thank you very much. Then we move on to item 17, sorry, 17. Councillor Murray. No? Yeah, Murray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, why must the DA councillor try to fix something that's not broken? What is the problem that is being resolved with this recommendation? The informal trader selling wood on the side of the road has been doing so for years without any problem or petition from the community in Kenridge, Durbanville. In fact, both the informal traders and the residents benefited from this trader being there, increasing demand for wood in the times when Eskom has cut off our energy supply and our electricity. Now, the city wants to make money out of an informal wood seller standing on the side of the road. His meager income which we don't know what it is, but she's decided it is fit to charge him monthly for standing on the same spot. That's the plan. What has changed for him, besides the fact that the city is painting a bay for him to stand on and then sell from there? Will there be ablution facilities? Perhaps a cover for the rain? So what will he be paying for? More than 200 residents in Durbanville has opposed this recommendation, with 3 supporting it. But, Madam Speaker, there is no need to change the status quo. The Freedom Front Plus empathizes with those who are unemployed during the aftermath of COVID. While the nation faces high unemployment, runaway inflation, and exorbitant fuel costs, this recommendation will eat further into his pocket at this stage. The Freedom Front Plus therefore rejects the recommendation and suggests that other more pressing issues in the ward be addressed as a matter of urgency at this very difficult economic time. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Viljoen.
Thank you, Councillor Marie. I take note of that, and you can come and see me about the other pressing issues in the ward, and we'll discuss it. There is a need for economic development in the area, and we've done public participation. We believe that it's better to have controlled areas, and that we actually want to assist the gentleman. I can promise you he's doing well. If you go past there, I go past there every day, you'll see that he's well taken care of. It will also create opportunity for another person to stand on the site, as there's 2 sites currently, and he's making use of both. So therefore, I would like to move the recommendation.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 403. Is there anyone else apart from the Freedom Front against the recommendation?
Yes, Speaker, Al-Jamar's against.
Al-Jamar, thank you. PAC? CCC? All right, with that recorded, then we're going to move on. The recommendation is carried. Sorry, sir, yes?
We're against, ma'am.
You are?
Ara.
Ara, thank you. And there's one man in the chamber. Thank you. All right. We're moving on to item 21. Councillor, okay, so Councillor Satosh has lost his speaking time. On item 21, Councillor Savant, can we move adoption of this recommendation?
Yes, I want to speak on the item, Speaker. Thank you.
Carry on.
So, Speaker, before I speak on the item, I just want to have a word of consolation for Councillor Satosh. He should actually be relieved. Having lost leadership in a party that is imploding and has lost its relevance amongst the people.
Councillor Savant, can you talk to the item, please?
Yes, thank you. Wow.
Okay.
Speaker, I was quiet when other people spoke. Allow me to...
Councillor Savannah.
Under our check. I can't speak under this condition.
Councillor Savannah.
Will the councillors please get to order? Councillor Savant.
Paul Savannah.
Thank you, Councillor. I note also that he's lost his turn to speak, but our take is 3 minutes, Speaker. So,
Councillor Savannah, speak.
Brother, retire,
Savannah, speak on the item.
I cannot speak on the item while the speaker is occupied. Speaker, can I continue?
Councillor McKenna, I'm calling you to order for the first time.
Speaker, can I
Carry
continue?
on, Councillor Savant.
Thank you. Councillors, Madam Speaker, I also want to say, while the ANC, the Taliban and its other...
Savannah.
Speak on the item.
Savannah, speak on the item.
Councillors?
While the Taliban, their other factions...
Savannah.
Who is that?
Bring back the check.
Item
Bring back our check.
item, verstaan jy nie?
So Speaker,
Speaker.
while they are meeting,
It seems you understand,
to
Speaker.
decide who must eat first now.
Speak on the item,
The DA is doing some work. And therefore, I have very
You understand in the politics of the ANC more than
I'm naming you
30.
for the first time. I'm
Speaker,
calling you to order.
can you
I'm calling you to order.
your name to speak?
Yes, Savannah. Speak on the item.
Councillor Savant?
Thank you, Speaker. Now, I was saying that the DA is doing the work, and I recommend that we adopt the item and the recommendations, whilst the ANC is deciding at the animal farm who must eat first.
Speaker? Speaker? Speaker?
Councillor Haynes? Councillor Savant, I called you to order on a point of order.
I'm raising a question of clarity from you. I want to check, Speaker, when did the rules of council change? Because the council adopted the rules from the recommendation that was coming from the Rules Committee. As far as I know, as a member of the Rules Committee, no rules of councils have been changed since we inaugurated here as a council. Therefore, the Speaker can't chop and change the rules of council without a proper process. Where is in the rules where when a member of council is warned, then he can't speak?
Councillor
Show me in the
Sitoshi?
rules of council. Where is it?
Read the rules of order. They haven't
Where
changed.
is it in the rules of order of council?
Show
where
us.
a member cannot speak when she
Councillor?
or he is warned? Where?
Answer the
Why
question.
don't you look
Answer
at
the question.
rule number
Where is it
point
in
of
the
order,
rules
Speaker?
of council? Where is it?
Rule 28.3.
Read the rule 28.
Point of order, Speaker.
Rule 28.3 says, and please pay attention, the Speaker shall direct a member to apologize, withdraw an allegation or unbecoming. Upon 2 warnings, Rule 28.3, upon 2 warnings and a final warning, during the deliberations of a council meeting, the Speaker shall inform a member that he or she will not be given an opportunity to be heard further at that particular meeting.
Yeah.
The member will, however, be allowed to vote.
Right. I said,
Tell people
No,
about
the item is closed, Councillor. The item is closed. You asked where the rule of order was. I gave it to you.
How you pronounce
I have asked you a question.
Point of order, Speaker.
But Speaker, what?
Like telling people about knowledge. They should tell you
Councillor,
that.
I warned you 3 times. I warned you 3 times.
Minutes, yeah. You spoke about minutes. Colleagues would have seen people who don't have knowledge.
Councillors, item 21, the recommendation is on the table. Are there anyone against the
We're not going to
recommendation?
be bullied by you. To be bullied by you are not here.
All right. Let's vote on the machine so we know because of the
Yeah.
heckling here on
We're
the
not
left.
here because of your invitation. We're not here because of your invitation. Why you frown? Yeah? Yes, what? Asking me what? Saying to who? To who? To who?
Councillors,
To you.
please vote.
You are not relevant.
Councillor Mackenzie,
You are not
this
relevant.
is the second time.
You are not relevant.
Please
I'm speaking to the speaker, not you.
behave.
The speaker, not you. You are not relevant.
Councillor,
You must advise your speaker to
Kyle.
acquire knowledge of rules of council.
Councillor Kyle,
Because you are
please.
good of seeing people who don't have knowledge. Advise your speaker to acquire knowledge and information about rules.
Speaker, I
don't
want
want
to
to
stand
speak
on
to you.
Rule
Makina, I'm naming you for the 3rd time.
And you ran away with
Councillor
C15.
Majuza, I'm naming you for the
ran
3rd
away
time.
from C15. You ran away from C15. Go and do your homework.
Councillor, close the voting.
Speaker, don't you want to call your law enforcement for us? Because he's not going to speak, not going to continue here.
That's what you're looking for, isn't it? Okay, we're
with
going
their
to
guns.
continue. The vote is above. So we're moving on to item 23. Councillor Stuurman.
Speaker.
The recommendation
Speaker.
is on page 741.
Speaker. Speaker, I've been raising my card to address you.
Councillor Cupido.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we've now dealt with item 21.
Correct.
We noted item 18, 19, and 20 in the WIPS meeting, what I was referring to earlier on. Good don't support that items, and we do not have the opportunity here to raise that to you. So I'm wanting to put it on record that we do not support item 18, 19, and 20, and then also the following one, 22. Thank you,
We'll
Speaker.
put that on record. Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Stuurman.
Speaker.
Councillor Badese.
Asoze bengibhandisi. Nina mhlanje nina ngomso.
Lo ubaleke no
Councillor Dembuza.
Lo ubaleke no
Here we registered the same thing that a good was registering, that these items that were agreed upon, we don't agree with.
So, councillors, when you both raised that issue, I told you to please bring those item numbers to the attention and we will minute it accordingly. So you just, the items that you're not supporting that were agreed, just give us those item numbers and the Secretariat will record your votes
No, it's
accordingly.
fine. We'll give the Secretariat.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Stuurman again, going for the third time.
Mandibhotise kuwe Somlomo nakogxabam. Somlomo oku kunokuchaphazela abanye abantu kodwa awazi ukuba kunjani ukwakha umbutho wezopolitiki. Ukusukela ekuqaleni sichulumancile emphefumlweni nombulelo kuba sigqiba iminyaka elithoba. Halala mbutho wesizwe halala. The racists zile kunye noxa bakhe i-Devil Alliance banomona namhlanje bacinga into yokuba igama press yelungi yes.
Awanofunda le nto ibhalileyo.
I can read Chief.
The sabotage. That's a sign that you should finish.
Councillor, conclude. Are you finished, Councillor?
No.
Sabotage. Technical glitch.
We have technical glitches.
I can't hear. He's looking for the rest of his speech.
No, I'm going to speak, Speaker.
No, Speaker, what has happened is that Councillor Stuurman was dealing with it. Now the laptop of the seat with
Okay,
all
that's
with
too bad.
all with
That's
all
too bad, Councillor. You must make a hard copy.
with all the black magic material, it just
Thank
went
you.
off.
Councillor Moses.
I'm back. No, Speaker.
No.
No, Councillor Moses.
Thank you,
We
Speaker.
had the same problem last meeting with Councillor Rigby, and that was it. Councillor Moses.
Speaker, I want
Speaker, allow Stuurman to
acknowledge
speak.
this
Speaker.
item in the light of the community of Ward 44 in particular. When we look at the item, I also want to acknowledge Councillor the MMC James Vos, previous sub-council chair Antonio van der Rede, and all the relevant communities who have been contributing to this particular item at sub-council level in terms of public participation in relation to the white paper on local government of what we should do. Speaker, I want to not waste your time, Speaker, but in particular I want to point out one of the recommendations on this item which is in a very specialized nature, that in this particular item with this property we are trying to move and create a space where elderly people, seniors, can be in a comfortable space, although it's referred in the item as a possible place for early childhood development, but in particular the focus will be on seniors that will come to a space and where they will be developed in obviously the challenges that seniors are facing. It will also serve most probably as a place in terms of the proposal whereby seniors can come and people can, basically communities can leave their seniors in terms of a daycare in response to the normal practice within elderly or senior cottages. But Speaker, I therefore want to move on the basis of those inputs. I want to move the recommendations on page 805, Speaker. Thank you so much. This is a great initiative within the City of Cape Town.
All right, I will allow the EFF to say whether at the end of that speech it was going to be support or not. Not support. Okay. Is there anybody else against the recommendation? The PAC? All right. Thank you. Then the item is, and the CCC.
Page 7
the
for
item
one.
is carried. Thank you very much.
Moses, why are they clapping for you and your colleagues?
All
Is there
right.
something that we do?
move, Councillor, I'm naming you for the third time. You'll now be disciplined. Councillor, item 24, and that is a recommendation on page 799. Is that correct? Yes. Councillor Dambuza, you got your speech ready?
We understand lame jokes that would be coming from the speaker who thinks he's a councillor on the floor.
Yeah.
In the programming meeting, we warned you that you must become a speaker, not a councillor that is on the floor. We will never be in support of a former member of parliament of the DA becoming part of this. Because we have seen the DA whenever it has to do with anything that has to do with IEC, as we experienced it with Capex, they had so many seats, the next minute, Futu, gone the seat. Now, if we are going to be going through this process, where we are going to be allowing you to come and do your shenanigans as you always do, we are going to see ourselves in a position where a party that was not supposed to get 58%, getting 58%, and when recount is being done, results tell the honest truth. Ask Capex. Now, if you want us to go deep into this thing, you would realize that the reason why you are protecting and putting people who are coming from your party and former members of parliament is because you need to protect your actual interest. We know that Jordan Hill Lewis, if there was no shenanigans or such, might not even be the mayor. Maybe we would have had someone else sitting in that seat, and maybe that person might be wearing red. Thank you very much.
It's cater deployment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vasagie.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, in recent engagement with the Provincial Electoral Commission, it was revealed that it is again necessary to revisit the appointment of the electoral officer. Thus, Speaker, on page 802 of Volume 2, the recommendation as per the terms of Section 12 in the Municipal Electoral Act, Act 27 of 2000, the recommendation from our Mayor is that Mr. Gareth Morgan be submitted as the nomination to the Electoral Commission as the City of Cape Town's municipal officer. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Apart from the EFF, is there anybody else who wants to vote against that recommendation? The CCC, the PAC, Al-Jamar, and sir, I can't see who that is next to you. All right, thank you. And Councillor Sono, the PA. All right, thank you. Then the recommendation is carried. We move on to item 25, and that is Councillor Moses.
Speaker, thank you very much for this particular item. I think this particular item, we can call it the catch of the day. And I want to acknowledge all the councillors in this council that works tirelessly within their communities and facing the many risks and challenges. Speaker, I'm also in the perception that after we have addressed this item here today, it will become the hot topic at the different WhatsApp groups and social media about the remuneration of councillors and the amount of councillors that are earning in this particular council. Speaker, I want to express my gratitude to all the councillors here across party lines, and especially our colleague from Salga NEC, Councillor Jantia Limburg, who have tirelessly worked on this item, Councillor Solani Sotashi, Ronald, that has also given his inputs, as well as every councillor in this particular council. Speaker, I want to attach, there is no amount that we can even attach to the type of work that councillors are doing within South Africa. So Speaker, this is a move in the right direction that councillors have sacrificed in the previous years, the increase. But I think as the prices go up and commodities change within our communities, Speaker, this is a must-needed topic here today, that we need to support the remuneration of councillors, Speaker. Speaker, however, in progress, we also want to move forward, that we want to look at the inconsistencies within the Public Office Bearers Act, whereby all councillors and all levels of government should be paid at the same level, Speaker, and that is the move that we want to take. We also think within the subdivisions in the Public Office Bearers Act, where councillors need also to receive funding and bursaries for further studies. But Speaker, I want to say to all councillors here today that we are currently busy working on those type of issues, and we are addressing it with the MSC of local government. But for the catch of the day, I hope there is not one of you that will go against this item, because you all need an increase because you have worked hard, and therefore I salute you as a councillor.
We agree with you, Moses. We agree.
Councillor Mazwi, please.
Greetings to the House at large. Madam Speaker, allow the Economic Freedom Fighters to send its condolences to ANC for the sudden passing of Mama Jessie Duarte and congratulate Banyana for winning Women Africa Cup Nation of Saturday against Morocco by 2-1. Speaker, it will be very much appreciated that in August Council, the Mayor invites our very own women, Amanina of Cape Town, Coach Desiree Ellis and of Salt River, and Nokolo Mkutuzi Tsane from Guguledi Section 2 was playing as a wing in the match, Halala Zimbogodo. On council remuneration and allowances, Madam Speaker, councillors of the city of Cape Town sit in a very beautiful brackets where there are few employees of this municipality that are within that bracket. Economic Freedom Fighters is not a capitalist movement that seeks to enrich those that are in power. Rather, it is a socialist movement that seeks to restore the dignity of our people who put us in power in this council to close the gap between the rich and poor. EFF previously rejected the increase of councillors' allowance and remuneration. We saw that the workers only get an increase of mere 3%, whereas the servants of the people keep on increasing their allowances, promoting the class issue that the Economic Freedom Fighters is against of. EFF note the stationary, that is no increase of salary, of the VIP protection. Madam Speaker, I'm talking about these ladies and gentlemen that are outside, that are protecting us, risking their lives every day to make sure that we are safe. They are earning peanuts, while the councillors keep on raising their allowances. I am talking about the law enforcement officers that we use up evicting people for occupying vacant lands. On the same note, Madam Speaker,
conclude, Councillor, please.
If the city has such money, can this money be also used for service delivery?
Thank you very much.
That will benefit our
Councillor.
communities that voted
Councillor
for
Moodley,
us.
Alderman
EFF
Moodley.
is against this item, Madam Speaker.
Alderman Moodley.
Speaker.
Wrong item.
Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker.
May I?
Alderman Moodley, are you raising on a point of what?
Speaker, be consistent. Your councillors here have been interrupted.
Okay,
here
thank you,
and
Councillor.
nothing is happening.
Councillor Alderman Moodley, please.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good day.
Speaker, that guy has been...
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please.
No one increase.
Keep quiet, please. Alderman Moodley.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, when we started our term in 2021, my colleague next to me, in fact, I didn't know that we'll be sitting next to each other and we're almost sharing the same notes. In terms of social media, some councillors have gone to social media to say councillors are earning a lot of money, and that went round the entire city and the province. There was a perception created that councillors are earning bags of money. Madam Speaker, let me put it in the right perspective. Your allowances, if I take your allowance, the total allowance, cost to company as they call it, your total package is 48,540. You need to pay tax. Every councillor needs to pay tax. This is not a tax. We are not exempt from tax. And
Speaker, this Matala does not listen. Speaker, that Matala, the SASA member.
If you,
Councillor Basson, I'm naming you for the first time.
May I continue?
This is not an old age home, Matala. Must go.
Speak to that Terry plan.
Look after the... Speaker, please warn Matala.
Councillor Dembuza, please sit down.
Speaker, please warn Matala.
Sit down. Councillors, in terms of Rule 30.1.3, I'm asking you to sit down now for the third time.
Speaker,
Councillor Basson.
Speaker.
What about Tereplan?
Matala. What about Matala? Alderman, conclude, please.
Madam Speaker, I cannot conclude because you've taken much of my time. Please allow me the latitude. I was talking about the taxation. If you take an average taxation of 36%, that's 17,474 rand. You need to go on to medical aid because it's all part of your package. On a family of two, that's 6,500 rand. If you contribute to your pension fund, that's 27% part of that package, 12,187. And you have to have a decent motor vehicle to get from point A to point B. That could cost you 3,000 rand. Your take home is 9,379. You need living expenses. You need to pay your rent, Madam Speaker. Now let me talk to you about the liability cover. You slip here, right here in this chamber, and you fall down, you do not have liability cover, Madam Speaker, because you're not an employee of the city. Ask my colleague, Councillor Van Reenen. I'm still recovering from my side trip in Hout Bay. In terms of risks, our councillors are working amidst bullets. Last week I had to sit in a meeting while the bullets were flying all around us. And this is a very short-term journey, Madam Speaker. You know that one day is a long time in a politician's life. Councillors work 24/7. And councillors have to dig deep into their pocket to pay their volunteers, activists, and the community comes to them.
Conclude, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, up to date, all those that have been grandstanding have never went to our payroll and said, I don't want to take the package or reduce my package. Madam Speaker, I want to talk to you about the special risks.
Councillor, you need to conclude, please.
I will conclude. The special risks covers you for riot, civil unrest, strike, and public disorder. 2 times your
Okay, thank you.
annual
The point
package.
is made. Councillor, thank you. Councillor Haynes, you want to speak on a point of?
Madam Speaker,
I want to address you on points of rules.
Okay, we're not going to do that now. Let's conclude the voting on this item and we will talk over the...
No.
Madam
Right,
Speaker.
thank you. Councillors, the item is on the agenda for a vote. I'm not going to take any speakers that were not on the speakers list. The Mayor may have the final say before we have a vote.
Just to let Councillor Moses know that we have dealt with...
Councillor Little, thank you. Mr. Mayor?
I just be clear that the EFF is declining the increase and that we can ask payroll not to give it to them.
We can respond. Thank
you. Item, we're going to take the vote.
That is not your
Godfrey?
That is not your discretion.
Okay. Is there any
Not your
other party who
discretion.
wants to vote
That's not
against the item, the
discretion. It's not your
CCC? You're voting against the item, sir? Yes? PAC? Anybody else wants to vote against the item? Good. All right.
Speaker.
Thank you. Then the motion is carried.
Recommendation.
Okay. Councillor,
3 against it.
on a point
Speaker,
of...
the mayor has the final say. That man is not the mayor.
Councillor, order, please. Order. Alderman Smith?
No one has the final say here. The councillor's final say.
He's not
an
the mayor.
individual. Councillor's final.
Alderman Smith?
Chairperson, Speaker, for the sake of clarity for the minutes, I want to just make sure that we understand that what the Mayor has said is that those parties who indicate that they're voting against the item are agreeing to forfeit those increases and that the payroll will be informed accordingly.
How is
It's not in the list.
We should vote for that.
Thank you.
Speaker, is not in the
Motion is carried.
Speaker, we are governed by legislation here. To make Speaker, we are governed by legislation. Speaker, for the benefit, Speaker, for the benefit of the slow,
Not law
for the
enforcement.
benefit of the slow, confusion in CCC.
Councillors,
Speaker,
order, please.
Speaker.
Order.
Speaker,
Order.
Speaker,
Councillors, order, please.
Speaker, Speaker, point of clarity, please.
Point of clarity, Councillor Adams.
Speaker, in terms of the rule of the House,
Speaker,
the
but
mayor
I
has the
think
final say
I
on
asked you,
anything.
you don't want me to
Please
speak.
just advise the alderman that he is not the mayor.
Neither are you,
And for the benefit of the slow.
The matter was closed. There's no more debate. Thank you. Moving on.
Nothing like that. No mayor has the final say
Item
here.
27.
No mayor has the final.
Speaker, before you move.
Recommendation for item 27.
Let's not mislead each other.
No, it's not 27.
Speaker, you said I can ask my question after the debate of
26
this item.
was agreed, yes. Councillor Haynes?
Madam Speaker, I want to... Hey, Kautule, man. I want to address you in terms of how you implement the rules. I really have picked up that you're not consistent in terms of naming councillors and treating them the same way that you have treated Councillor Sotash. I'm appealing to you to also act on other councillors in the same way.
Councillor, I am trying. It's difficult under the circumstances, but I will address it, yes. 26 is agreed. Councillors, we're going on to volume 3, and we're going to start with item 29.
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker, point of clarity. I think...
I can't see whose hand is up.
That's my hand.
Sorry, sir. Yes, carry on.
I think, Speaker, we have skipped item number 26. I didn't hear us debating that item. Where we have got speakers, they didn't agree.
Councillor, it's been indicated to me that the item was agreed by the whips.
In that case, then, Speaker, why do we have speakers attached to the item if that was the case?
Because it was agreed subsequent to the speakers list, apparently, today. Was the councillor consulted? In the meeting, okay. All right, thank you. Item 29.
Speaker.
Item 29.
Speaker. Speaker, before we
Councillor-
move into item 29, I would like to record Good's vote against item 28. Thank you.
You're voting against item 28. We take note of that. Thank you very much. Item 29, the first speaker on that is Councillor Peter.
Nkosi Somlomo. Kulena item njengoceba weward waka 94 Ndicinga uba lo mbandela awusuka kude because usuka kwi-application ezazenziwa ngo-2015. Uceba ongaphambili kwam, uCouncillor Mngxunyeni has brought the matter as it arose kwi-sub-council meeting and kwavunyelwana ukuthi lo mcibi le creche mayunikezelwe umhlaba. Eyona nto kodwa endiyiphakamisela isandla namhlanje kule ntlanganiso ngumcimbi wokuba kaloku aba bantwana zife basuka kumakhaya angathathi ntweni and ke ngoku bafundiswa phayana kungekho nkxaso karhulumente abayifumanayo. Ngoku xa beza kunikezelwa lo mhlaba ibingase kujongwe ixabiso, banganikezelwa kwixabiso le-market value, kujongwe ixabiso noko elithi libonelelwe abantu abangathathi ntweni abasuka ekuhlaleni, ngoba kaloku kwa abafundisi ntsapho nabagcini babantwana baxhomekeke kwakule nzuzo ikwakule ngeniso iza nabo bantwana ngempela nyanga qho ngempela nyanga. So ndizama ukuthi lo madlanyana abazali bathi bayikhuphe ngempela nyanga ithi ibonelele nabasebenzi abasebenzayo. Ngoko ke ndinexhala xa bezawuthi banikezelwe lo mhlaba ngeli xabiso lika market value, loo nto leyo ayingekhubazi na ukuba inhlala kahle yale creche ibe nokukhubazeka. Ide ithi i-recommendation ukuba ngaba abalandelanga le migomo bayibekelweyo apha kangangexesha elingangaphezulu kwenyanga ezintandathu iza konyuka nge-5% olu hlobo le mali bayinikwa ngayo le ERF ezi ERF zimbini. So njengoceba wendawo nowazi imeko yokuhlupheka kwendawo endiyikhokheleyo besicela noko ushwele kwehliswe amaxabiso okunikezelwa komhlaba kuyo le creche. Ndiyabulela enkosi.
Councillor Matanzima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and the Council. The item before us is about a proposed transfer of Evan 4954 and 4955 Kailicha to Nolutando Daycare Center, who is currently occupying the land. Allow me, Madam Speaker, with all due respect, to give you a brief summary about the school. This school started in 1994, operating from the house of Umama Unobuzwe Mbaba Umamcin, a community builder. She later moved in 1995 to this Evan in 1996, operating from bungalows with 350 children from 2 months to 6 years, and the staff of 15 with meals, breakfast, and lunch. With the help of donors from Germany and Norway, they managed to build a proper fire-resistant structure that also accommodates extra classes on Saturdays for mathematics and physical science. She also needs to use this facility for computer classes using the computers that were donated by University of the Western Cape, and also needs to empower women through a sewing project. Public participation outcome that was advertised on Cape Argus and De Burger on the 20th of January 2017 had no objections. It is confirmed that the application was discussed in a meeting of Sub-Council 10 held on the 14th of August 2018, agenda item number 10 in Sub-Council, and it was supported. I therefore move the recommendation of the sale of this land to combine the Evan to accommodate the existing establishment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have the recommendation on the table. Is there anybody against this recommendation? EFF?
The EFF wants them to get the land, but not through means of willing buyer, willing seller. So we reject the selling of the land.
Thank you.
We are for
All
getting
right.
them.
Councillor
giving them for
PAC
free.
against?
Yeah, they must get the land for free.
Are there any others against?
Chair, can I ask a clarity, question of clarity?
Yes, please.
What about the request I was making, because we are agreeing with the item, but we are requesting the market value price be reduced?
So at the expense of being criticized for answering, the recommendation does say that it's at a discounted rate. So that discounted rate has already applied to them. They get the maximum discount that we can in terms of the law. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Then we've got the PAC, the EFF. Anybody else against? All right. The recommendation
Also add, this
is
must be
carried.
for free.
Okay.
Yeah, add that, it must be
You
for
want it
free.
for free? Okay. Thank you. Can we then move on to item 32? Councillor Cotti?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, councillors. On this item 32, proposed granting in principle approval for the transfer by public competition, vacant urban in Kills River, Highbury Road, 236, or the size of just under 3,000 square meters. The property value at the moment is 1.6 million. Speaker, the city at the current state of affairs is good in transfer their responsibility to outside bodies and agencies to deliver services, in particular in issue of housing delivery and other services in terms of the poorest of the poor and indigent people. The DA administration is currently selling prime property to their election campaign funders while keeping poor residents poor and keeping them away from housing opportunities or little housing development under Cape Flats and the township areas. Councillor Mackenzie will speak on the issue of infill housing in Bonteville, which is not coming. Councillor, we're still waiting for 105 houses in Bella for the last 10 years now.
Councillor Mackenzie. That's the second time I'm naming you.
It's the final time. It's the final time.
And I'm glad he's not waking up while he's still asleep there. The city has an obligation
Sorry,
to build
just for a
houses.
correction, Councillor Dambuza, it is the third time, Councillor Mackenzie. You don't have a chance to speak
It's the third time, yeah.
So the city has an obligation to build houses and to do the necessary, and do have the necessary accreditation to build houses for the poor. But we don't see that only for the rich and the privileged. The city of Cape Town has accreditation of level 2 status and in delivery of housing development, and had applied for level 3 status in order to have the full mandate of housing delivery. Mayor, you said we want decent housing, affordable housing, but it's only for the elite, nothing for the poorest of the poor and the disadvantaged areas. Speaker.
Conclude, Councillor.
But
Councillor Majuza? Councillor Majuza, you are denied your speaking right in the meeting going forward. I have named you more than 3 times. Councillor, continue. Please conclude.
In terms of this particular item, we do not support it because of the problem of traffic congestion, the upgrading of infrastructure, and there was a gap housing project as well. Councillor Savan praat nou.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I must say I've got great respect for Councillor Cotti. I've always had it. Unfortunately, he now represents the Taliban and has to speak their language.
Speak on the item, Savannah.
The item says...
Councillor Savannah must speak on the item.
The item, yes, the item says, Chairperson, exactly what Councillor Cotti said. It allows for the optimal use of council assets. The decision is in line with our spatial development plan. The transfer relieves council of the maintenance burden. There were no objections from the public. A market-related income will be generated, and most of all, this is in the poor community. So I want to invite Councillor Cotti for a coffee, and maybe we'll,
One Savannah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
No, you're selling your...
The item recommendation is on page 220. Can we move the recommendation? Are you voting for or against?
Clarity, Speaker.
Excuse me?
Clarity?
Point of clarity.
Point
We're
of clarity.
voting, Councillor. What is your point of clarity?
How can Councillor Savan determine that Highbury is a poor area?
Okay.
Highbury is not poor.
Okay, Councillor.
You must visit your ward.
Councillor,
Savannah is
that's
drunk.
No, we're not going to get into it.
Savannah is drunk.
Is there any party against this motion, this recommendation? The EFF? Good. You're against. Thank you. ANC is against. PAC is against. Anybody else against? All right, then the motion is carried. Thank you. Excuse me? Thank you. All right, moving on then. Item 38. 37's been agreed. So we're moving straight on to item 38. Councillor Shunsi. We haven't had that coffee yet.
Speaker, it's almost a year. No, you need to get it right. You need to get it right. Anyway. All right. So anyway, who does the city actually work for? Is it because it's a black community that the city would carelessly agree to sell the land, the very land that has thousands of people living on it? Maybe the city is selling because it needs the money, which isn't a municipal mandate, by the way, while having agreements that the purchase developments contribute to what would be the Khayelitsha's economy. But why can't the city have long-term leases then, if it's to the benefit of the economic growth and the value add to Khayelitsha? Does that not make economic sense? I birthed 2 kids in 15 years apart, waiting for KCT to develop houses for the people of Khayelitsha. Yet all they have built is a dilapidated showroom and has no housing developments due to epic power politics within KCT and KDF respectively. Yet the city wants to sell to KCT because it suits their narrow political agendas of divide and rule. Our mandate as councillors is to ensure service delivery is realized and that we put the people first and not our pockets as a city. We are sitting with a huge problem of those earning between 3,501 cents and 22,000 in Khayelitsha, who can't own houses as both the state and the white-owned banks do not accommodate black diamonds due to their financial obligations. We have more and more informal houses along with the number of backyarders growing every year, and you are selling to a trust that has a PTY CIPC status, failing to deliver housing just to one family in Khayelitsha, a trust that still has pending financial statements to the municipality. People have occupied and built informal houses on this land the city sees fit to sell in a desperate plea for housing, and this is your answer: sell to KCT. The city does not care, or at least its care is conditioned based on race and class, which is an apartheid reinvented with an underhanded black-on-black violence. Does the Urban Development Department have anything to say about this? In fact, what is the plan for those who have occupied the land, Mayor? You did win the case to evict those who took land during the COVID, right? DA, argue all you like in making the ANC look bad for not doing their due diligence by selling, but at whose expense though? Admit it, you want nothing to do with Khayelitsha, so at the very least, lease parts of the land to those who can utilize it instead of selling to KCT, leaving people to suffer and have Khayelitsha flooded with shacks alongside sewage with no electricity, and a collapsing healthcare system, now rewarding bad business by giving KCT more land for non-development over land they initially had. We want the vacant parts of this land to remain under the city to lease over many years, generating revenue for the city while assisting the community through growing the Khayelitsha economy without selling to KCT. Then you can let Khayelitsha be and not care. But allow those like the EFF who want to add value to do so constructively. We avail ourselves as the EFF reps to school you through our cardinal pillars 1, 3, 4, and 6, and show you how they fit like a glove on the advancement of growing Khayelitsha socially and economically. This House must note that the 17 items on the sale of land, including C39, which follows after this, after this item, the EFF is unquestionably against the sale of land, and in any form or manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mukutswana.
Ngosi Speaker, Untitled Chapter, ndibulele. Also, the supporter of item 38. Speaker, as a person also from Khayelitsha and knows the background of Khayelitsha, yes, it's true that KCT was very slowly to build houses in that area. But as a ward councillor of that area, I do understand very well what's happening. Most of the land from KCT has been occupied by EFF, ask people to build houses there. And I want to develop people in that land. And unfortunately, There's a lot of people there which are part of us, but the message was very clear to what. But unfortunately, what I'm trying to say, if we are getting such a benefit of getting a land for building a shopping center in Khayelitsha, why must we reject that? Meanwhile, we got a lot of people which are unemployed in Khayelitsha, but when we are receiving this, which means some people in Khayelitsha are going to get jobs, but what I'm trying to say, understanding the background of Khayelitsha, unfortunately, that time EFF was not there. No, it's not white business, but what I'm trying to say is that something right we cannot deny. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matanzima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that this item is about the mall. However, my colleagues have spoken about the development of housing. Now, unfortunately, this land, as we speak, is invaded, and the beneficiaries have lost the opportunity because there were about 300 houses that were going to be built in that area. Going back to the item, the development of this proposed shopping center will stimulate education, social, and economic growth in the area, thus improving the lives of the residents and fulfill the legal obligation of the city. The transfer is not intended to generate economic returns for the city, but it is intended to generate a socio-economic return for the community. E.g., the sale will create community projects for the poor and the needy. Therefore, the city will gain recognition from the local community as a caring city with opportunities. The council will, however, benefit in the form of future rates, and the sale will stimulate growth. I therefore move the recommendation.
Thank you. We have a recommendation. Are we all in favour of the recommendation? The EFF? You're not in favour?
Clarity.
Excuse me?
Point of clarity.
Point of clarity. What is your point of clarity?
Yes. Councillor Mkutswana here in this council chamber indicated that the people who have occupied are all members of the EFF. Can it be clear if
Councillor, that's not a point of clarity.
And
That's
does
not a
he have
point of clarity.
card-carrying members? He said it in his speaking. He said that those are, as a regional secretary of the EFF, who deals with the membership of the EFF, I want to be clear. Is he saying that all of those people that are
Take
there
it up
are
outside of the
members
meeting.
of the
We
EFF?
have a recommendation on the page. Are there any other councillors? The PACs
They are
against?
mandated by the EFF.
Are the ANC against? You against? The ANC's against? Anybody else against? All right. If there's no one else against, then the recommendation is carried. PAC and EFF against. Yeah. Okay, councillors, that takes us to item 41. The first speaker on this item is Councillor Hendricks.
Thank you, Speaker.
Order. Councillors, you understand after you've been named and you continue, this starts a disciplinary process. Please remember that when we get to that point. Councillor Hendricks, please carry on.
On item C41, neem ons die volgende binne in ag dat die gebou wel op hierdie huidige oomblik 'n gevaar is vir ons gemeenskap. Hoekom skep ons nie hierdie geleentheid vir NPO's om gebruik te maak van hierdie gebou nie? Dit sal tot Dit sal tot voordeel wees vir ons gemeenskap. Wanneer ons net na die boekwaarde gaan meet, want die eiendom sal ons geen waarde sien nie, maar sou ons die potensiaal wat opgesluit is in die eiendom, bring dit die waarde voor wat die transformasie kan bring in 'n gemeenskap in soos godsdien, wat daagliks gebid gaan onder geweld en onder kroniese armoede. Dit word in ag geneem, ja, dat hierdie gebou was geadverteer. Kom ons maak dit weer oop vir organisasies om wel belang te stel aan hierdie gebou. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Warrenberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Concerning item C41 again, today again the city proves its failure to deliver on its own risk assessment policy to ensure that assets are taken care of, to ensure that residents have access to services within their communities. Those on the Cape Flats are the beneficiaries of the DA's cruel ghetto mentality, which persists in its iniquity on the stunted side of the M5. Several housing developments were built without essential amenities, and the community of Scottsdene is no different. A clinic vital to this community has fallen into such disrepair that it must now be demolished. What happened to securing our assets? Does this not apply equally to and for all? The city spends millions on security services at empty staff housing and vacant facilities. This report before us claims that no responses were received. However, within the same report, the Kraaifontein Alliance Trust submitted an objection, which is the objection of the Kraaifontein residents who will be affected. Why were they not acknowledged as a serious objection? What did they have to say about the vandalism and demolition of their facility? The question remains whether these buildings are intentionally left to decay only for an assessor to declare them lost and suitable for auction before they placed on the mayor's list of properties like the clinic mentioned. The mayor's focus on alienating and auctioning properties raises several questions. These are the traits of a developer, not a mayor. Despite the accessible price points at which these properties are marketed, those most in need of land are excluded from relatively hush proceedings advertised to the bare minimum and visible only to an unfair few purchasers, like the people who read the Burger and the Argus.
Thank you, Councillor. Alderman Twigg.
Good, in conclusion, does not support this.
Dankie, Speaker. Speaker, dit is duidelik dat the previous speakers really doesn't know. I don't even think they know where Scottsdene is.
Hi, Twigg.
Oh, really, Mr. Twigg? Oh, really, Mr. Twigg?
If you'd known, then you would have understood
that
particular building was the ward office and it was vandalized and broken in whilst I was there in that building. I can also say to you, Speaker, that the Kraaifontein Alliance, that's why the DA is in control in Scottsdene. That's why. Because the Kraaifontein Alliance doesn't even know that in Scottsdene is an ECD center. They don't even know that there is an ECD forum that is not interested in that building. So that's why when people speak
Councillor Warrenberg,
and they don't know what they're speaking of, that's why the DA speaks, because we've been elected in that ward.
Alderman,
we cannot.
Hey, we are coming after
allow.
you. We are coming after you.
Yes, you make your lot. We cannot allow.
We want the
We cannot allow that particular area to be vandalized. We can rather build houses there, and that is what we're suggesting to do. Speaker, I support the recommendation.
Thank you.
Kraai Alliance.
Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 824. Is there anybody opposed to the recommendation?
Yes, PA is opposed.
Are you opposed? The EFF's against? The PAC is against? Are there any other parties? Goods against? Thank you. The Al Jamar's against? We're going to, when we finished. All right, thank you very much. Then the motion is carried. All right, so we're moving on to the next item, which is item 43. Councillor Vasagie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the proposed changes to committee membership is recommended on page 878 of volume 3. There are no other changes this morning, thus the recommendation can be approved by council. Thank you.
Thank you, that is noted. Thanks very much. Councillors, I think it takes us to the end of volume 3, so we will adjourn now for 40 minutes and be back at just before 2 o'clock.
Speakers, this is the Cry Alliance. Can we call the naming done now?
Councillors, please ensure you take your lunch ticket with.
15 minutes past.
Do not forget your lunch
Alderman Tweak, we want a recount in your ward.
Thank you. The lunch is available up in that foyer over there.
Speaker, are all the DA names done and they remain, or?
No, all names that are named won't get a chance anymore and will be disciplined. Your stuff is safe. We've got the VIP guys here. Please take your lunch ticket or you won't be allocated a parcel. It's fine.
Speaker,
Councillors, please take your seats. We're going to have to re-register now. Okay, councillors, please re-register for the meeting. And the first item is item 52. Councillor Notsodo.
Thank you, Speaker. The Portfolio Committee for Human Settlements considered the third quarterly performance report for human settlements as part of its oversight responsibility for the period ending 31 March 2022. The committee considered various indicators and measures which were performed very well. That means on target and above target. Those are service delivery-based targets, number of title deeds transferred, number of human settlements opportunities, that means top structures, number of human settlements opportunities, that means formal sites serviced, number of formal settlements sites serviced, number of service points, toilets, and top and basin structures provided to backyarders, number of sites serviced in the informal settlements, incrementally housing and reblocking, number of deeds of sale agreements signed with identified beneficiaries within the city-owned rental stock, number of expanded public works programs, EPWP opportunities created, percentage adherence to citywide service delivery, financial management performance-based targets, percentage of operational budget spent, percentage budget spent on implementation of WSP, good governance-based targets, percentage of internal audit recommendations resolved, percentage of declarations of interest completed, operational efficiencies-based targets, percentage of completion rate of tenders processed as per demand plan, percentage of external audit actions completed as per audit action plan, percentage of vacancy rate, percentage of absenteeism, number of unemployed apprentices, institutional transformation-based targets, percentage of employees from EE target designated groups employed in 3 highest levels of management, percentage of women employed across all occupational levels in line with annual EE plan targets, percentage adherence to the EE target overall representation by employees from the designated groups. The committee commended the Directorate for achieving the above-mentioned targets and emphasized the importance of maintaining consistency and improvement in the last quarter of this financial year. The committee also noted indicators that had not been performed to target or to expectation. And these included percentage of assets verified, percentage of OH investigation completed, percentage
Councillor,
spent,
conclude, please.
yes, percentage of capital budget spent. Madam Speaker, we are confident that as a committee, Human Settlement Directorates will finish in the top 3.
Thank you. Councillor Sono.
Asicama kusheni bethu. Masicama kusheni bethu. Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, Speaker, I would like to request that I speak on this item only and all my minutes being given to this item. Speaker, the item before us are better. It talks of the targets and the very nice report we are being presented here. Firstly, I want to put into this council, I enjoy to be in this portfolio, but my problem is like we are a ceremonial portfolio committee. We bring up these nice plans, nice reports, but the implementation is a challenge. Recently, I was sitting with an eviction case of Kraaifontein. I think it's in Scottsdale. I could not get the necessary answers. I'm told the problem started in 2020, but nobody is sure what is exactly happening. Now, my issue is, what is the real problem for the people to be evicted at this point in time? Did we forget that we are coming from a COVID situation where most people have lost their jobs? And as a caring city, we want, for whatever reason, those people must be able to pay the rent to the rental stock or the stuff that is needed to be paid. Or are we not considerate enough as to check if these people do qualify to be on the indigent policy? Are we just running a caring city that is suiting only us, that we can afford to pay our bills? Secondly, Chair, Speaker, on the indicators, yeah, I've cited two. The informal settlement upgrades, the verification of tenancy. They are both rated 0.0%. And here we are, and our mayor is talking millions and billions of opportunities. We are rushing there as much as we cannot maintain what we currently have that we're supposed to be maintaining.
Councillor, you need to conclude. You've got 2 minutes.
I have 6 minutes if I count.
No, you've got 2 minutes. The other 4 minutes is a different meeting. Would you like to?
Yes, I want those 4 minutes. Thank you.
Carry on.
Now, on the informal settlement, I think I raised in the portfolio that we need to get a clear audit. The numbers that were given there, I don't think were appropriate enough, because we were given a report with a helicopter approach, and the total number of households was not accurate. And I said in that meeting, we need to go door to door and check exactly who is who in the zoo, so that we can report the exact number of people that are staying in those settlements. The issue of the COVID sites, COVID settlements was also there, but it's very flimsy when it comes to give them the basic services that goes along with the basic rights of a human being. So it's still a step ahead, or we still have a fight to get basic needs to our people. Yes, they are there illegally, we agree, but the reality of the situation, the Constitution now allows them to be there because they are there more than 48 hours. Ours is to give them their human rights services. Secondly, on the issue of verification of tenants, it's a huge problem.
to the rental stock of the city, where you find there is no clarity who is now living in our CRUs, who is now living in our rental stock in a township or in a Cape Flats area. If a first tenant, the first tenant passes on, there is no clarity who must take over the property. At some point, some of these evictions are based on your mother was the tenant or your father was the tenant, so then therefore they are late, you must vacate the place. And to evict a person that can always take over the rental of the property without assessing that person whether is he or she fit to continue and being given a new lease for that matter, or being offered a purchase price of this particular property, because at some point we are selling these properties. So ours is to first evict without checking the situation of whoever is inside. Also, it does not speak of child-headed households. What is happening to the child-headed households? Those children are younger than 21, they are looking after their siblings, they are not working. So do you evict such people? Hence, I said we need to get an audit, a clear audit, who is in which house on what basis. I even referred to the case, it does not appear here, perhaps I did not read well, English is not my mother tongue. In other CRUs, other people were told this is your subsidy, especially in Nyanga and Kukuletu. This is your subsidy. You are getting this flat because it is your subsidy. But when this person dies, the children are evicted. So where is the father's subsidy? We need to get that audit. Who is there and who or what is he or she qualifying for to be in a particular property? Then you come to the backyard dwellers. Backyard dwellers, I'm told, they are treated equally as informal settlement dwellers, which to me is totally different. Because my child, who's 28 years old, still lives at the back of my yard, is a backyard dweller. He's not renting to me. My child is eligible to get a house, but currently is a backyard dweller because he or she sleeps at the back of my yard. Now, how do we define the two? The informal settlement is a person who lives on water when it's raining, on fire when it's hot or it's weekend or it's big days. It's two different things. How do we classify the two into one? I don't think we are doing right. I know for a fact in that portfolio, I'm not saying I'm a nuisance, but I'm raising, my major question is the implementation. We can't go out and promise and promise and promise.
Okay, you need to conclude now, Councillor.
In my conclusion, one thing I never heard of is the issue of eradication of asbestos houses in this city. Remember that thing came years ago that we need to do away with asbestos because it's killing our people. I've seen in other areas asbestos roofs being removed,
Councillor, conclude,
but
please.
not here in the city of Cape Town. In Delft in particular,
Thank you.
You have people who still live in the asbestos.
Councillor
lost some.
Adams. Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the coloured people's right to dignity and progress is compromised by the blatant discrimination practices against them by this DA-led administration. The claim by this housing department that only 3% of Cape Townians are backyard dwellers is not only ludicrous, it is proof that both politicians and administrators seek to minimize the indignity suffered by the coloured people. Anyone who sticks to a 3% narrative for our long-suffering backyard dwellers cannot have been to Parkwood, Kavda, or Hanover Park, where 30 people per household has become the norm. It is called generational suffering for a reason. There's a reason, Speaker, that the demographic distribution of housing assistance will never be published here. It's because the coloured community has been sidelined by the very DA they vote for. This oppressive government has, after all, prioritized the housing needs of people from everywhere but here, turning us coloured people into eternal rent-paying tenants in the process. This winter, More of our people will become pensioners in the backyards, where most of them will die. They will die because the DA won't return the land its predecessor, the National Party, stole from us. They will die because of overcrowded ghettos like Grand Twigs, Kraaifontein, and Elsie's River, which are nothing but breeding grounds for drugs, gangs, and premature death. Jan Smuts, hou jou mond. In the middle, Speaker, of all of this carnage...
Councillor Carls, the second time.
In the middle, Speaker, of all of this carnage, we've just awarded a 4 billion rand contract to Owen Ingalls, a white company that has contravened the Poker Act, that has never, ever been criminalized by this administration. In addition to that, Speaker, a colored, female-owned construction company was a full 6 million rand cheaper than Owen Ingalls, but it was overlooked. We colored people will forever remain subcontractors. We will forever earn crumbs. We will forever survive, not thrive, under this administration. Speaker,
thank you, Councillor. Conclude.
Allow me to quote the Deputy Mayor, my school friend, Eddie Andrews, when I say, "My machtig man."
Okay, Councillor.
Then allow me to quote our ex-principal.
Councillor,
Het die hond jou skaamte
thank you.
opgevriet?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Defos. Order. Councillors, please. Councillor Cupid, this is the third time and the last time. Councillor Defos, continue.
It is written, by wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. By knowledge the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. Now my eyes will be open and my ears to be attentive to the prayer that is made in this house. Greetings to the people of the city and to this house. It's been said successfully cities always building, investing in new infrastructure. When you stop building, you stop growing. A city more caring, more inclusive, more prosperous, more united, more respectful, more safe, and more free. On the 18th of November 2021, Mayor Jordan Hill Lewis said, "Today, we map out the route for the purpose-driven journey of hope that we are embarking on." Today, 28th of August 2022, again, Mayor Jordan Hill repeated decent, affordable, dignifying, safe place to stay. For the brain power of this house, dit sê dat hierdie administrasie gaan handel met 'n enkele doel voor oë en dit is om weer hoop te gee aan die mense van Kaapstad. Madam Speaker, as ICDP, we note the 2021/2022 third quarter report, which looks nice and rosy on paper, but is this the true reflection of the groundwork on this portfolio or previous portfolio committee? We have perused the report and still find discrepancies and variances that does not reveal true progress. Madam Speaker, on the 18th of September 2019, this current ED signed a performance agreement which is with an employer, the City of Cape Town. The performance agreement is available on the City of Cape Town database. This document outlines the key performance of the role and responsibility of this ED towards the City of Cape Town and the citizen of the city, but we still find ourselves in limbo when it comes to reports on human settlements or fact-based progress report. So how do we stop duplicating the same areas and delays of the past or where we find ourselves today? ICDP recommends that the ED must be held accountable for delays in the reports and the reports must be submitted timelessly and not months or years later. With huge respect, Madam Speaker, we as the ICDP owe the people of this city, our city, a world-class service, a city that works for all, and we can see progress in a sustainable development and social cohesion for all. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, let us keep our agreement to be a service delivery city. Thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sonyoko.
Honorable Speaker, we noted the report with a serious concerns. The City of Cape Town has failed to address the housing backlog in the metro Every year, the informal settlements are affected by fire and storm, and there has been no sustainable solution to the housing crisis. The 2025 victims of Masphumelele and other areas, particularly Masphumelele, still homeless even today. 32 million allocated for that disaster still remain unaccounted for. The conclusion between the city and the private property investors continues to loot money meant for development of our people. I want to draw attention, Honorable Speaker, on employment. Employment represents in the city of Cape Town, particularly in that department, racial attitude of the DA. The demographics of the city are not represented in that department. The designated group are not represented in that department. For instance, Honorable Speaker, the department set target of 2% for people who with disabilities, and yet it did not meet the target. What is embarrassing is that the department set a target of 75% for designated group in the highest 3 management level and reached 0%. So that's why we're saying as the ANC, we must note in a serious concerns this report.
Conclude.
Thank you very much.
Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Boy.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I would guess that the report is purely for noting, but however, I would like to make some remarks based on the inputs, although some of them were outside the report. I want to start with the issue of housing backlog in the city. We have a backlog, Speaker, of more than 300,000 people that are on our backlog. But the subsidy that we get or the grant funding that we receive to build houses from national government, which is ANC-led, is not even half, but only a small portion of the money. We can only build 2,000 top structures. So people must not come here and grandstand when, if we want to address the backlog, we must then multiply the 300,000 by 165, which is the subsidy to deal with the housing backlog. So you must do the maths and see how much Cape Town needs to build those. The issue of asbestos roofs that has been raised by Councillor Son, if she can go around the city, we are busy replacing the asbestos roofs.
If I was not cut, I was specifically for Delft. People are dying there.
With the issue of asbestos roofs, they are being replaced by ABR zinc sheets across the city. The issue of informal settlements, that we must know who is in those informal settlements or in the backyarding. We are currently rolling out that particular project. We call it a QR project. If she has gone to oversight and participated on the portfolio oversight, she would have realized that as a city and as Human Settlements Directorate, we are rolling that out because we don't only want to know who's staying there, but we also want to know those whom we have given houses and they've gone back to informality and who are trying to do double dipping. The issue of evictions, which is an issue that has been raised. We are not taking people to the streets, but what we are doing is exactly what Councillor Sono is concerned about, making sure that we regularize the people that we have on our rental stock. We need to know who's staying there. We need to make sure that everybody that is within our rental units, they have a lease agreement. Over and above that, once they have that lease agreement with us as the landlord, and make sure that people continue to pay, because finance department within the city has brought us to book to make sure that we make sure that our tenants, they are paying. Child-headed households, those are people that we prioritize. They're part of the priority group that we have, the elderly and those that are disabled. So the information that we are not dealing with that is not true. Lastly, Speaker, On the issue of Masi, there's no one on Masi who has been affected by who's on the streets. Fortunately, you are from the area, you know it very well. We have made sure that every single person that was affected by the fires, each and every individual has received a structure, and my colleague Beverly was there a week ago to make sure that each and every of those individuals have electricity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have the item which is for noting. Are we prepared to move that recommendation?
Clarity, Speaker.
Clarity, a point of clarity.
Yes.
What is your point of clarity?
My point of clarity is to...
It needs to be something that the councillor said, yes.
Yes, kaloku njena. My clarity to my MACOM member, I just want to thank him because most of what I've raised, he acknowledges, and the portfolio is currently, which is not on this report, hence I was raising. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point of clarity, Councillor Haynes? No, you're voting to support the item.
No. I'm raising my hand to say that the ANC is noting the report with serious concerns.
Thank you very much for that. Then we can move on. Item 55, the Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a member of the Water and Sanitation Portfolio Committee, I note this third quarter progress report 2021-22 on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus. While we note that many of the targets have not been met, we accept that remedial actions are underway and await the next report to see whether the implementation of these remedial actions have borne fruit and have been implemented. We note that the COVID-19 pandemic and the ESCOM power outages have negatively affected the efficiency of the Directorate. We request that the vacancies be filled as soon as possible based on merit to ensure that the department improves service delivery to the public. We acknowledge the efforts of our MACO member, Dr. Badruddin, the staff and the Directorate, and commend him for regularly communicating on social media to keep the public informed. This report is for noting, and I look forward to the next quarter's report with improved performance.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cotti.
Thank you, Speaker. Although the report is for noting, item 55, page 269, third quarterly report. I must also note, Chair, that the current budget for this particular department is over 2 billion rand. On page 275, it says that we have not been able to deliver water taps, water service points into our informal settlements. And the issue of women employment in the top 3 level, employees target was 75, we only reached 65, Mayor. And that is what we call the well-run city, a caring city. And we have not seen any skills transfer or staff development in this particular department. A revenue collection, Speaker, 90% target, 91% target, we only reached 90.19. Percentage spent on repairs and maintenance, the target there was 64, we only managed 55%. And in the previous sum report, it was mentioned that we spent more than 15 million rand on repairs and maintenance on trucks in our vehicle fleets. Speaker, again, and this report was ended the end of March this year. Capital spend was only 50%. Well, the target was 50%. We only managed to spend 47.4%. The issue of vacancy rate, targets 11%, and we are currently standing at 17%. With all due respect to our EPWP, Mr. Twig, we only managed to employ people on a 2 or 3 months contract, whilst our people need job opportunities in the city and residents need service delivery. To conclude, say, this department is a crucial department when it comes to service delivery arm in the city of Cape Town. And we don't see effective services and
Thank you.
quality
Conclude.
services in the city of Cape Town that is due to the city administration.
Thank you,
very much.
Alderman Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this report deals with the first 3 quarters of the financial year. In fact, there are some very good highlights on this report. Sanitation, toilets, we have delivered more than double what the target was. So yes, we will acknowledge that there has been some under-delivery on taps, but certainly where the real need is, which is the toilets, there has been that delivery. In terms of EPWP jobs, also it's nearly twice as much as we had the target for. We had 4,021 EPWP jobs. And also, the revenue collected was 95% compared to 93%.
Councillors, please allow the Speaker to speak.
So, Madam Speaker, there are areas of weakness, and we are giving clear attention to that. I think as been previously spoken by the Mayor during the budget period, where our focus has been on issues such as the river quality and our wastewater treatment capacity and compliance, and the significant budget that we have added to ensure that we will, over the next couple of years, deal with those shortcomings. The other key issue, which I think is of big concern to the Portfolio Committee, is on non-revenue water. It is much higher than we would like to see. And again, that's reflected in our response in terms of the budget for pipe replacement, for pressure management, for dealing with leaks and so on, because we do recognize that that is where the focus must be. So I believe that this report does give us that snapshot view. But if we do take it further, we must also recognize that our new water plan is not really adequately reflected in these targets. So with that is something that we will see better in time. And issues such as water reuse, which is too low in this city, we wait for progress on the Fora, the Zonfleet to Fora water reuse project, which will become the biggest water reuse program in Africa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have the recommendation for noting. Can we note the recommendation? Thank you. Moving on to item 56, Councillor Jochems.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will speak to the key findings of this report and raise concerns in the quarterly reports presented. The most glaring finding in the report is that of irregular, fruitless, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure. The DA-run city had a 2.1% average on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure for 2019 to 2021. Yet seemingly there is lack of will and intention on the part of the DA to investigate its financial irregularities, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But in this council, the DA finger always points to other spheres of government. Very little is heard of disciplinary actions and investigations of those individuals within the DA ranks that are perpetrators of irregular, fruitless, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure, some likely sitting amongst us in council here today. The provincial report also shows that the DA-run city had not managed to spend its allocated resources on capital assets. The norm is above 95%, yet the city has only managed to spend 90%, whilst our communities are begging for services and service delivery. Burst water pipes, sewer running down our streets, rental housing units falling apart, and children admitted to hospital as a result of the squalor state of the city's rental housing units. But the DA finger is pointed squarely at our residents and communities, saying our communities are to blame. It is them that don't keep their communities clean, yet refuse trucks are standing in yards in disrepair. The DA finger says that residents are throwing TVs, carpets, and litter down stormwater pipes. And these are what causes the blockages. And yet, when it came to the Winter Readiness 2022, we suffered the worst floodings in the same areas and communities that the DA blames. In most communities, drains and stormwater covers are missing, and stormwater pipes are only now being cleared. But pointing the finger, like it happens here in council, to all other spheres of government but themselves has become the DA advocacy strategy. Maybe this advocacy strategy should also be investigated for irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Quarterly director reports speak of vacancies within directorates. The workplace skills program had under-delivered. EE targets have not been met. Yet the DA finger keeps saying that there are no suitable EE candidates. In the Water and Sanitation Quarterly Report, there's under-expenditure of capital budget, under-expenditure on repairs and maintenance, under-delivery of water points in informal settlements, yet vacancy is around the 1,000 mark. However, the Provincial Oversight Report indicates that contracted services in the city are standing at around 6%, well above the norm. Maybe contracted services provide work for cadre, family, friends, and love interests. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, it is time that this DA-run city changes its finger-pointing discourse. It is time that we put the interests and the livelihoods of our residents and our community first. It is time that we ensure that the service is delivered to all communities and not just a few. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean is not here. We'll move to Councillor Orange.
Madam Speaker, this report speaks to the annual integrated planning and budget assessments, which afford a provincial government an opportunity to exercise its monitoring and supportive role to municipalities as stipulated by the Constitution. The assessment areas cover different relevant municipal legislation, regulations, IDP, draft budget, and the spatial development framework. A technical engagement was held with the relevant city and Western Cape provincial departments during April 2022, and the final comments from the provincial government on the draft 2022-2023 MTREF budget. The 2022-23 IDP and SDF are detailed in the Strategic Integrated Municipal Engagement 2022 attached to this report. And I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have the recommendation for noting. Can we move the recommendation? Thank you. That takes us, Councillor, to the next item, which is item 76 in volume 5. The recommendation is on page 1. And we have Councillor Councillor Toba.
Toba. Afternoon, Speaker and Councillors. Ukuphunyezwa isicangci. Ukuphunyezwa.
Councillor Besson. That is now more than the third time. Okay. It's your third official time. You won't.
Speaker, you come.
Sorry, Councillor, carry on. You may speak. Thank you.
Ukuphunyezwa kwesicwangciso seminyaka sosebenza nezezimali izicwangciso. Ukulungiselela ukusebenza okungcono kwinkonzo yezithuthi. Wonke umuntu for 2022 to 2027. 2022 to 2036. My way 2022. Siyavumelana okokubana kwimeko yokuqala yozocwangciso exeliweyo ku My Way 2022 masiphakamisa yona okokubana isebenzele iPNT. Siyavumelana nesiphakamiso sokokubana isebenze iMyWay, but ingasebenzi like in my city projects that were delaying. Siyayisupporta siyi-ANC. Enkosi somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Michael Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a fairly straightforward item. It's all about financial planning. And as the Mayor pointed out in his opening speech, the apartheid regime mangled our urban form. And so really the best way to be able to actually fix as much as we can, it is to actually make sure that we provide public transport services which follow sound financial planning. It will do things like ensure the new bicycle mayor of Cape Town, Sindile Mavundla, that he's able to take his bicycle free of charge onto the N2 Express, as he did yesterday. And a former colleague of mine, Lorraine Janchis, who is a baker at a restaurant in Woodstock, to actually be able to halve her time in taking public transport from Atlantis to the CBD for work opportunities. This is how we are actually making Cape Town more accessible and a city for opportunity for all. And so, Madam Speaker, it is through sound financial planning, which is within this document, the Directorate actually goes at pains to be able to go for really, extreme scenarios. And it enables us to be able to fulfill our constitutional mandate to provide municipal public transport, to make Cape Town more accessible, and ultimately to make Cape Town the great city that it is. Madam Speaker, I recommend the report. Thank you.
Councillor Quintus.
Madam Speaker, as you're particularly well aware, a well-functioning public transport system which should have passenger rail as its backbone is fundamental in addressing global issues affecting all major cities in the world, such as worsening congestion and climate change and global warming due to carbon emissions, and in the South African perspective particularly, as mentioned by the previous speaker, redressing the lasting effects of apartheid spatial planning. We are required as a municipality, in line with the Constitution of the Republic, a document revered by all rights-based and democracy-loving South Africans, and which appears time and time again to be an unfamiliar mystery to many of the opposition in this chamber, to provide our residents with an affordable, reliable, and safe municipal bus service. The dire absence of rail, Madam Speaker, which has collapsed under the national government's mismanagement, should form the basis of all other modes of transport within the city's integrated public transport network, namely the MyCity, Dullar, quality bus services, and minibus taxis. This document, the MyFin, considers the long-term strategies for the above-mentioned modes of transport, and the city is the constitutionally mandated contracting authority for the MyCity and Dullar services, which sees the city responsible for their operations and revenue risk. The detailed financials of this document focus on long-term implications of operating these two services specifically, as well as their capital requirements, Madam Speaker. The MyFin 2022 proposal therefore speaks to, amongst other items, the Phase 2A of the MyCity service and its costs, both environmental and operational, and it also speaks to the continued operational and capital cost of Phase 1, including the continuation of the service from 2025 in terms of a tendered contract as provided for in the National Land Transport Act, Madam Speaker. Importantly, it speaks to the N2 Express operating until December 2024, subject to the required contractual arrangement and assuming, Madam Speaker, that rail will be able to accommodate passengers thereafter. And as we have seen, ma'am, this is to be at the least sketchy under its current management. It also proves that we must begin conversations with Treasury and the National Department of Transport on extending this service potentially due to the lackluster attempts to revive fully functional passenger rail services, which places additional demand on the N2 services. There are other associated costs, Madam Speaker, such as new route and phase bus acquisitions and replacement of old fleet, costs associated with the minibus taxi industry transition for Phase 2A, which is vital, and an initial take on integrated ticketing with exciting new technologies in public transport, amongst others, ma'am. Madam Speaker, we aim to source and save funds via improved fare and system incomes, including a significant rates contribution by the city. the Public Transport Network Grant, and the Budget Facility for Infrastructure Grant. Madam Speaker, it is therefore recommended, and after I hope hearing well-reasoned motivations and arguments from these benches, that this august chamber approve the MyFin plan for public transport 2022 to 2026.
Thank you. We have the recommendation. Can we move adoption of the recommendation on page 278? Yes. Thank you. Moving on then to item 77. Councillor Peter.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Whip. On item 77, the item has been discussed at the portfolio committee level and as a caucus of the, as a delegation of the ANC at a community portfolio committee, we have agreed on the item. And as well, I have taken into confidence the caucus of the ANC, and we did not discuss anything that is out of the, we support the item.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chappell.
Well, thank you, and thanks you, Councillor Peter, for always a positive input. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate in the historical preamble that the role of impact in forcing this policy was not mentioned at all. I'm sorry Councillor Majingo isn't here because he was part and parcel of that initial committee in 2013. And together with Councillor Bieneke and Madam Speaker, if I might take your role, I'd like to mention Alderman van der Rede once, who was also part of that committee. But, Madam Speaker, there were many problems with the initial Municipal Facilities Committee, and one of them, and I'm going to mention Alderman van der Rede twice now, was that Alderman van der Rede attempted to book a facility and was told he had to go through the Municipal Facilities Management Committee. And councillors on both sides of the House will realise we had incredible gatekeeping of our own facilities, where councillors were often refused permission to use facilities and sports facilities in their own wards. Coupled with this was the costs mentioned in the public participation, where a hall in a field that the city tariffed at 29 Rand was in fact charged at 200 Rand by the Facilities Management Committee. So there's been incredible gatekeeping and prevention of both councils and communities using facilities in their own backyard. So, and for the third time now, Alderman van der Rede, who now can't speak anymore, I believe, will be pleased to know that the sub-council now has oversight role of all these committees, and every ward councillor will be a member of that ward committee. I hope all councils and sub-councils now ensure that the gatekeeping that happened at our sporting facilities never happens again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. On that positive note, can we move the recommendation? Yes. Thank you very much. Then we move on to item 78. Councillor Cotti.
Yeah, Speaker, can I also give you another positive note?
Do.
Yes, it seems that the DA is now learning from the ANC's policy when it comes to this particular... No, let me give credit to the DA when it comes to this particular project in terms of as I said, the DA is slowly but slowly learning from the ANC's policy. Bringing people closer to their workplace, unlike what the DA, the previous DA NP did, putting us there on the outskirts, bringing people as closer to the CBD. The Freedom Charter says all shall have the right to occupy land wherever they choose. No? Not illegally, but legally. So we do take note of the mixed use. We support the mixed use. We support the issue of social housing development. We support what the mayor said earlier, eradicate the apartheid spatial planning. Support the issue of building inclusive, integrated and vibrant communities in terms of this particular hectares of 3.23 hectares. But what we don't support, Speaker, is selling of land. Selling of land, thank you. Selling of land to private developers of 122 million rand. If you're unable to build houses, give the land to another sphere of government, either provincial government or national government, to develop, Councillor Boy. We don't support this item, Speaker, but we do support the DA's progress towards the ANC's policy in terms of this particular aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Boy.
Thanks, Speaker. I think, Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Jordan Hill-Lewis, said it mouthful this morning. And one of the projects that he has alluded to is the one that we call Pickwick. On the agenda is called 9 Copperfield Street, which is in Salt River. And it's the development, the inner city development, and we are the leading ones in the country to do inner city development. And it has been acknowledged by Minister Kubai when she attended our land release program here at ICC. And this particular site, Speaker, it's going to yield about 2,000 housing opportunities. 600 of those will be social housing, and the balance, which is 1,200, is market-related. Who benefits? Because I think it's very important, Speaker, for also the opposition to understand who benefits on this social housing. It's your teachers, as I've indicated previously. It's your policemen who are working in the inner city. It's your civil servants that are working in the inner city. Any person who earns between 1,800 up to 22,000 rands, we want them to benefit, to be closer to their economic opportunities and the transport nodes. Speaker, what we are seeking today is an in-principle approval by Council so as for us to be able to be in a position to transfer this property. In the next month, we will be preparing tender documentation as the Directorate, where we will be requesting private developers and Social Housing Institute to make sure that they come on board and be able to come up with a viable and a beautiful project for our inner city. So there was public participation that started in June on the 3rd, ended on the 4th of July, and there was zero comment on it or objection thereof. So we're very much happy and excited about this particular project. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief. Pickwick is forging ahead, and it's time to transfer the earth by way of public competition. As I've said previously, and I'll say it again, Salt River needs this, and I can't wait to see the cranes going up. Madam Speaker, here we are building a city of hope, and it becomes too easy to compare the DA difference to the ANC and their partners. Even former President Thabo Mbeki recently referred to ANC municipalities as paralyzed, which has nothing to do with serving the people of South Africa. The ANC has already embarrassed themselves here today. So my question is to the ANC coalition partners, why are you associating with this? Because it's not to serve the people.
To the item.
Instead, every step we take, these proxies will conjure up and spin a reason why the city is not getting anything done. But I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, the DA gets things done for Salt River and Cape Town. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Popham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great pride that I move today to table and support item 78, which proposes the release of city land in Salt River for public competition in order to develop inclusive social housing for the people of Cape Town. Speaker, it was 72 years ago on the 7th of July when the repugnant apartheid regime promulgated the Group Areas Act. That single piece of legislation became the hallmark of dividing communities and destroying families, and those that faced it sit here today. Since the dawn of local government in 1995, local authorities have had the unimaginable task of readdressing the injustices of the previous regime and ensuring spatial and human redesign. Our country faces an impossible task, Speaker, where our economy is shrinking because of ANC policy that is destroying the economy and killing jobs. And a reality where the demand for housing is far outstripping the need from our communities. It is therefore by no surprise that the provision of human settlements is a top priority for this administration under the leadership of Mayor Hill Lewis. In this DA-led city, Cape Town is reimagining human settlements, how we do it, where we do it, and the methods that we follow. We are pushing the boundaries by releasing land to the private sector in order to ensure all markets are catered for. And I know the truth hurts, Speaker, but they must listen. You see, Speaker, Mayor Hill Lewis doesn't only organize around elections. He organizes around issues that matter to the people of Cape Town. And the truth is, residents can't afford housing because of what that national government has done to our people. Let me tell you something. They started taxing our salaries, they taxing our electricity, they taxing our flights, and now they even want to start taxing our pensions. At the end of it all, what South Africa will be left? And as a direct result, it's our working class residents who have to choose between putting food on the table and paying off a house. They have to choose between sending their children to school and
told you what is democracy.
And so we had my good friend Alderman Cotier, who spoke to us about learning from the ANC. But it's in fact the eThekwini Metropolitan who's being investigated for a 400 million rand social housing scheme in Durban. It's the Free State provincial government who has squandered 250 million rand on asbestos.
A matrix
we must be very clear, Alderman Cotier, you are learning from us, we're not learning from you. You see, Madam Speaker, time and time again, Cape Town is showing that we are ahead of the curve, that we are at the forefront of delivering sustainable human settlements to every community. And so, the residents of Cape Town spoke on the 1st of November. And the Democratic Alliance has listened.
Councillor, conclude.
And while other governments are failing with big speeches and small actions, this government is delivering.
We have a recommendation on the table. We have a recommendation on the table. Are we all in support of the recommendation? Not the ANC. Anybody else against? PAC is against. The EFF is against. The CCC is against. All right. Anybody else against? Thank you.
Al-Jamar's
The
against, Speaker.
recommendation.
Al-Jamar's against. Thank you.
Al-Jamar's against. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 79. Item 79, Councillor Peterson.
Good afternoon, Speaker, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Speaker, item 79 on pages 465 to 547 in volume 5, and I have to say this, Speaker, because I believe that you might just book a special council meeting for some role play, because we get lost in the midst of things with unnecessary debate that's been going on for the day. Speaker, the DA is alert to the importance and urgency of redressing the spatial legacy of apartheid and colonialism, which have left South Africa with a deeply unequitable distribution of land and economic activity. We are committed to building a fairer South Africa where more and more people and households have access to affordable accommodation and economic opportunities. However, Speaker, let us come back to the Cape Town context and the misguided perceptions of how some of our colleagues believe that when they speak for everyone. Know who you advocate for, because I feel that you fail to deliver when you go through your campaigns and make promises that you hardly gives input in PC meetings and your working group meetings. So watch out for the dangers of a single story. The Department of Housing on the white paper, a new housing policy and strategy that our colleagues refer to, Speaker, says, in the preamble it says, housing is one of the greatest challenges facing the government of national unity. The extent of the challenge derives not only from the enormous size of the housing backlog and the desperation and importance of the homeless. This white paper marks the beginning of the process. For the first time in its history, South Africa now has a policy framework for all of its citizens. The approach adopted has been the search for the creation of an enabling environment and not for the publication of a new set of rules. It aims to contribute to the certainty required by the market, as well as give the provincial and local governments the capacity to fulfill their constitutional obligations. Partnerships between the various spheres of government, the private sector and the communities is envisaged. This is seen as a fundamental prerequisite for the sustained delivery of housing at a level unprecedented in the history of this country. One of the greatest initial challenges facing all role players in the creation of public environment conducive to attracting the necessary private investment, both of the household as well as that of the institutions. Our collective success, Speaker, in achieving this productive climate will be the essential foundation for removing the plight of homeless. One of the most visible and destructive legacies of the past, success in meeting the housing challenge will be one of the cornerstones of rebuilding our social structures and regenerating the economy. This white paper also marks the end of a process. From its inception in 1992 to 1994, the time for policy debate is now over. It's the past. The time for delivery is here. Speaker, die DA is in die bewind in die stad Kaapstad en ons oppositie moet dit glo. Die DA in its policy on housing and housing-related urban development, which we believe brings innovative solutions to tackling South Africa's housing and homeless crisis. One of the DA's key innovations, which is now being implemented to great success in the Western Cape, is our focus on providing affordable housing. While the DA recognizes that many people needs government's assistance to access housing, satisfy the growing need now requires partnerships from a range of government departments as well as the private sector. This must be underpinned by a variety of innovative housing options and the availability of smart, environmentally friendly and cost-effective building typologies. Without innovative solutions, South Africa will continue down this dangerous road.
Conclude.
Everyone deserves to live in houses and communities that provide them with dignity and safety. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ndimani.
On page, item.
Speaker, Yafrik, in this month, the PAC salutes Anton Zwakhe Lembede, the father of African nationalism in Azania. This weekend, we mark 75 years since his passing. Lembede's notion and concept of African nationalism was an antithesis of the colonial framing of Africa that seeks to perpetuate white domination. So, as you see, the land release program of the DA administration perpetuates white supremacy and white domination. The PAC rejects this proposal and the view of the PAC on this matter also talks in context to all items pertaining to the sale of land by the city and any sphere of government. The DA land release strategy is working against the nation building program, social cohesion, against the restoration of the dispossessed land, against the speedy allocation of the social houses to the poor who live closer to the city. The selling of the land is actually a formalized and legalized land robbery and looting of the state assets. To address the housing shortages, especially for the poor, does not warrant any sale of land. The state or municipality is capable of building houses and integrate communities in the public land. Where the municipality feels it is incapable, it should avail the land to other spheres of government to build for our people, and or lease the land to others to invest for the purposes of building social houses and facilities that develops our society. The proposal as it stands guarantees only 126 units for social houses. That those houses for the poor to rent at 1,300 to 5,000 rand per month, and it will increase annually, which is unaffordable for the dispossessed poor majority, while it is generating maximum profit for the developers, as they have more than 330 units that will be sold at around 1 million each. What is this affordability the mayor talks about? Who is affording? Who's going to afford from these social houses? Whilst the majority of these units are going to be given to the private hands. In a society of South African history of slavery and colonialism and apartheid, the logic to redress these ills and build a new society is to ensure the policy is biased towards the interest of the poor majority. The DA strategies, by the way, perpetuate socio-economic divisions and serves the interest of those who can afford and the rich. The PAC is telling you now, this strategy is doomed to fail.
Thank you. Councillor Boy.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Speaker. I'll have to buy him one of the books I think that are missing on his drawer. Here is a tree, and it elaborates on a number of issues that contradict what he's saying, and where Professor Robert says there's only one race, and that's a human race. So racism is not permitted to go on, but we will deal with it at some point. Speaker, speaking to the item.
Order, please.
Speaking to the item.
Order, please.
This is one of the 7 priorities by the executive mayor when he made a commitment during the elections, and releasing land release program was one of his priorities. I do want to say, Speaker, also on this particular site, which is Salt River, there's been no objections when objections were open, and I think the issue of public participation that happened between the 3rd of June as well and the 4th of July this current year, there were no objections. But what is of interest on this particular site, we have allocated communicate to develop the site, and also that it will also have commercial involvement in it. But lastly, Speaker, without any waste of time, I do want to answer 2 questions that have been raised by the previous speaker, and I've thought I'd explained this. Who's going to benefit? Even the domestic workers that work in various houses around the city, they will benefit from these projects, because the start rental from these units, it's about 800 rands. Also, the figures that he has, I don't know, maybe he needs to revise his glasses.
Go to the agenda so that you see the figures.
He said that we have 126. So he must get new glasses, because it's 216 social housing that are there. He said there are 330 market residential opportunities that are there. It's incorrect. It's 484, which total to 700 housing opportunities that will be yielded on this site, including commercial sites. Thank you, Speaker.
Can the MMC go to the agenda?
We have a recommendation on the table on page 465 to 46, correct? Or are you voting against, Councillor?
A big no.
A big no. Okay, the ANC is not supporting the item, the EFF is not supporting the item, the PAC is not supporting the item. Any more hands? The CCC is not supporting. Okay, councillors, anyone else not supporting the item? Then the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Councillors, Councillor 80, which was circulated after the discussion at the programming meeting, it has been agreed by all. Thank you. So that then concludes the open meeting. And we will ask that the media leave, the YouTube connection leaves, and everybody